Guys, I have officially done it. I have officially gone a sicko mode. Blah 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 blah. Guys, what is going on? BigPasta Gaming here once again. Guys, it's been a while. Oh my gosh, guys, it's been a while. How is everyone doing? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. It has been a while. Holy crap, I'm tired. I'm actually really tired. The look at all these gross rats on the screen. Oh my god, look at all I'm scurrying about. It's disgusting. Ugh. Oh my gosh. I did all of my homework last night. I've been putting off doing my homework for college for like the past 3 days. Like Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday I just got like nothing done. I did the couple assignments I needed to do by Wednesday night, but that was about it. Like I did those like minutes before the deadline. So it's like basic stuff too. You know, when I actually sat down and cracked out the assignments last night, it only took me like a couple hours. But it took me 3.5 days at the beginning of the week to start those couple hours. So it is what it is. But I knew that you know, I wasn't like, I had to do it. I had to do the work. Oh. This week has been a complete failure as far as productivity goes. Sunday night, I needed to do something. I needed to get a job application out. I didn't do it. What happened? So, oh yeah, Sunday night the internet died. So I couldn't, the internet and the power died. So I couldn't do anything when I was motivated. And then, you know, come Monday morning, I just didn't have motivation to do anything. So I never got that job application done. You gotta write a resume, which I hate. I don't. It's another thing. Writing a resume. Oh god. So yeah, I was supposed to write a resume for a job application on Monday, and I was, you know, I tackled it as like, okay, you know, beginning of the week, it's Monday. It's Monday morning. I gotta do this job application. If I do the job application first, then, you know, it's good. The job listing might go away, so I better do that first before my homework. And then I'll get a call back, you know, later today. Or whatever for the job. Because the job application, like, especially now, employers are just like, you submit a job application, like, and then within like 3 or 4 hours, they'll call you for an interview. It's like same day kind of stuff. So, especially for the kind of crap that I'm going for. I mean, I'm not, it's like working at CVS or whatever. That's what I'm going for. That kind of position. So it's nothing fancy. But yeah, no, I had this mentality where like, okay, I have homework to do, but I should get my job application put in first. I didn't want to do the job application. So job application wasn't going to happen. And then because I was mentally prioritizing the job over my homework, it was kind of like okay, first apply for a job and then do the homework. But since I never applied for the job, I never did the homework. And so like 3 days went by and it says Wednesday night and I'm like, shoot, I got an assignment due, but I never did the job application. So it's like, oh my god. So I was like, okay, screw the job application. I already wasted 2.5 days not doing that. So I just did some of the homework. It was really hard to motivate myself to do the homework because I wasn't in that mindset. And then that was Wednesday night. And so then Thursday I actually did the homework. Or I did the rest of it too. So I did a little bit of it last night. And then it was like a normal, respectable time. It was like 11:30 at night when I got some of it done. But then I was like, okay, I'm already in homework mode, so I gotta do the rest of it. So I ended up doing the rest of it. I had like too many essays to do. It's always these essays, and then 2 quizzes to take. So I ended up staying up till like 4 in the morning, just doing that because I get really focused. I like it. I get really focused at night. Past midnight is when I do my best work. So like between 12 a.m. and like 4 a.m. is when I do my best work. So I stayed up really late last night. That's the whole moral of the story is I stayed up really late last night. So I was like, okay, stay up really late tonight. I'll get it done. Whatever. I don't have to worry about it anymore. Right? So, and then I'll just apply for the job on the weekend. Like, screw this. Okay? So, and then hopefully maybe the job listing is up, during the weekend, hopefully. There's 2 spots open. One of them I don't even think I apply for or qualify for. So, whatever. Crappy job anyway, but it's supposed to be CVS. They're going to pay you minimum wage. They're not going to pay you a king's salary over there. So it's minimum wage, and it's probably not that many hours too. But I gotta do something. And the fact that I've been out of work for almost a year now actually looks really bad to employers. So, I mean, I can attribute it to COVID and yada yada, and I'm going back to school. They like that excuse. I'm a full-time student right now. That's people like to hear that. So, even though I wasn't a full-time student for the majority of my unemployment, I can put that I'm a full-time student right now, and I've been going back to school. They're not going to double-check that. Like, who cares, right? So, who cares, mate? What you gonna do? Yeah. Anyway, that's that. There's a lot I want to talk about. Anyway, this game is called oh, you guys see the title, A Plague Tale: Innocence. So it's called A Plague Tale, and it's has a bunch of rats. So I'm sure you guys can guess what time period this is in. If you guys know anything about history, it's a Black Plague. It's the black. I hope that was obvious. It's the Black Plague that this is happening in. It's medieval Europe. The Black Plague is going on. Especially you got these shutters, these windows. Terrible. Look how many rats there are. This is disgusting. Honestly, this is disgusting. Like pet mice are cute, but like rats are just, oh my god. So you need like a mouse trap for these guys, or like one of those rat cages. Like you put a piece of cheese in like a cage, and then you have like a tripwire, and it activates, and the mouse gets trapped in it. That's what you do. It reminds me of I read a story on the internet. This guy only had an oven in his crappy apartment. So, but he was afraid to use the oven because there was a rat in the oven. The oven was open and a rat got inside, and so he closed the oven trying to trap the rat. And he was trying to starve out the rat while it's trapped in the oven, but I guess the rat was eating like the burnt flakes of like that are kind of around inside the oven. Because like you cook food and some of the crumbs fall off and they burn. So the rat was kind of sustaining itself off of that. So, you know, great. So he's like, so the dude was in conflict because he didn't want to get this rat out. He wanted to kill it, but the rat, he was like, it's been like 2 weeks. I can't cook anything. This rat has been surviving in this oven. I don't know how it hasn't run out of oxygen yet. And so he was saying like he would try to turn on the oven with the rat inside to try to kill it, but the rat would just go ballistic inside the oven when the heat started turning on, and the rat would like slam itself against all the walls of the oven. And the dude was like was just like so terrified of that. Like he didn't want to deal with that. So it reminds me of that story. All he wanted was some chicken tendies. All he wanted to do was put some chicken nuggets on a pan and cook them in his oven. And he couldn't do that. So. And then like he called his parents to help. And his parents didn't give a shit. They were like, oh, don't contact us if you don't have any real problems. You know, don't bother us with this benign stuff. And so that was more of the focal point of the story, is how this guy's just like miserable in life. But yeah, no, the whole rat in the oven thing was hilarious to me. Anyway, so this title screen reminds me of that, except like times 1,000, because there's gotta be like, it's all these rats here. It's terrible. God, the way I talk, I sound like a Joel Haver skit. Ugh. I'm so out of it, guys. I went to bed at like 4 o'clock in the morning. And obviously it's 10 o'clock right now. I couldn't sleep though. I'm getting that sleep apnea. I've been having that for like a month now. You know, I just have a hard time going to sleep. It sucks. My nighttime routine consists of laying in the dark, daydreaming, while cuddling my body pillow. That's all it consists of, and it'll be like that for like 2 or 3 hours. So anyway, last night I was really tired, but I still couldn't sleep, so I watched the Nintendo Direct that they had a few days ago, which was cool. Nintendo Direct. They showcased the Kirby game, Forgotten Land or whatever, and it looks cool. It looks great. It looks like the best Kirby game ever. But in the Nintendo Direct, they spoiled like all of the features of the Kirby game, like all the gameplay elements and stuff, you know? They spoiled it all. It's terrible. You know, like that Pokemon Arceus game that came out last month? You got a glimpse of like what it looked like, but you didn't get spoiled. on like all the gameplay features and stuff. All you know is an open world Pokemon game where you run around the open field and you throw Pokeballs at people. That's all you knew about it. And so it's great. So people, you know, got started with it. Whereas with this Kirby game, they listed like every single feature in the game. They listed every single power-up. They listed like every single upgrade to the power-ups. So it's like there's no... So like if you watch the Kirby E3 trailer, there's like no mystery as to what is going to go on in the game. They could have just shown another cinematic trailer, maybe like 10 seconds of gameplay, and everyone would have bought it. You don't need to sell when it's a recognized franchise like that. You don't like Pokemon or Kirby or Mario. You don't need to persuade people to buy it. All you need to do is show like a tiny sneak peek at what it's going to look like, and that's it. Like a 15-second sneak preview of it maximum. This Kirby game, they went on for like 5 minutes, and it was the narrator talking about all these features and stuff that were in the game, and he was spoiling some of it too. Like the main objective of the game, and then like what happens when you progress towards the main objective. He was spoiling all of that. It's like, come on, like I was going to pay $60 for the game just to find out what you can do in the game. And I trust Nintendo is going to put out something worthwhile. You know, it was the same thing with like Breath of the Wild. I had no idea. Like, I saw snippets of Breath of the Wild, maybe like a minute's worth of gameplay on it before I bought it. But like, you know, it turned out to be a worthwhile game. It turned out to be, 100 hours of jam-packed fun. And I didn't need a trailer to tell me what I was going to do to have fun in the game. Because it's freaking Nintendo, right? Like, it's Nintendo. If they're putting out a main franchise game, I'm going to trust that it's good. So, I mean, as this sort of thing irked me, but I did find a couple of good games. They are coming out with Portal on the Switch. I am super excited about that. Portal and Portal 2. It's going to be a collection, and they're charging $20 for it. Portal, P-O-R-T-A-L. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right. I don't know if I'm really like enunciating it. Portal. It's a game from 2008. I played the second one a little bit on stream. Played like a custom mod of it. Anyway, Portal and Portal 2, fantastic games. And the thing is, the first one came out in 2008. That was when I was in middle school. The second one came out in 2012. That's it. Only those two games. 2012 is the latest release. The game came out for PS3 and Xbox 360. That's how old it is. Like, I can't even get it for PS4. That's how old the game is. So, like, if you don't have an old console and you don't have Steam on the computer, then you just can't play these games. It's terrible. So, but they're classics. They're fantastic games. They're puzzle games. It's first person, but instead of like a gun, you have like a portal gun, and it shoots like blue and orange portals. And you shoot both portals. You shoot one portal next to you and the other portal far away. And then you go through the portal next to you and you come out the other portal that was far away. And so you use that to solve a whole bunch of puzzles, and the puzzles are great. Portal is like probably like, if I recommend one puzzle game, it's gonna be Portal, like for sure. So anyway, they announced that it's coming out later this year. They didn't give a date. But it's only $20. So I implore you guys. Portal's fantastic. It's not just a puzzle game for the sake of being puzzle game, right? I'm not recommending you guys go out and play solitaire or something like that, right? Like, or jigsaw puzzle or anything like that. Portal is actually like it has not necessarily a story. It does have a little bit of a story. It's got an atmosphere. I really like the atmosphere in it. It's great. It's nothing like a traditional game, I guess. I don't know. It's got those creepy vibes a little bit. So I remember I was playing Portal 1 in middle school. And I remember the last level, which is the last level, is a long level. I got really creeped out. I got really scared. So it's not even a horror game. It's just like a little eerie, you know? I got like a bit scared, and so I had to actually, I was playing it on the computer, and I actually had my sister come over and sit next to me and watch me play so that I would be less scared. My sister's like 5th grade or something like that, and I had her sit down, and I was in 8th grade, and I was at the computer and I was just playing this. She didn't know what was going on. She hadn't watched previously, you know, all the rest of the game that I had played. I only had her watch me play that one level, so that was really funny. So I can't believe I dragged my sister into doing that. It's like I've never done that before. So anyway, that was great. But yeah, that's kind of how creeped out about it I was. So obviously, like now I'm not a pansy. I'm not gonna, you know, do that sort of stuff. But you know, some things are still scary. You know, some things are still scary and creepy and all that. So I like Oxenfree. I played on stream. It was a little spooky. So Doki Doki would have been spooky if I hadn't played it like 3 times previously. So Soma, yeah, Soma. I played back in like October. That was scary. A scary game. So I was like, I'm not like jumping in my seat, but like it's just like this. I'm uncomfortable. That's what it is. I'm uncomfortable the entire time. So terrible. Because I mean, if I had like somebody physically next to me to watch me do this stuff, or if they were playing and I was watching, then fantastic. But anyway, Portal, it's not that creepy. It's not scary like Soma was. And it's not even like unsettling like Doki Doki or Oxenfree was. Portal is just a puzzle game. It's a puzzle game, and it just has like a little bit of a eerie atmosphere to it, and that's it. But like the eerie atmosphere comes like at the end of the first game. That's what it is. They don't like capitalize on that at all, and it comes much later in the game. First level, you start out, you get the portal gun, you do your stuff or whatever, and like 3/4 of the game, it's just you're going through different levels. It's like big white test chambers. You know, big white rooms. And you're using your portal gun and stuff, so. That's it, that's all the game is. I don't want to scare you guys off because it is fantastic games. I would recommend playing them in order. Start to finish. You must do it. Anyway, it's not coming out for the Switch for like a long time, so whatever. This is no point in me even talking about it. But yeah, it's not they're not scary games by any means. But they don't even have scary moments. There's no jump scares or anything like that in it. So I don't even know why I started referring to them like that, but anyway. Plague Tale Innocence. Oh boy, oh boy. I wanted to talk about... God, I just want to keep talking. Oh my gosh. Anyway, this game, Plague Tale Innocence, it's, yeah, Plague Tale, I'm sure you guys... I mean, you can interpret the title literally. It's a tale. It's a story about the Black Plague, and innocence basically means that it's about children. That's what innocence means. It's about children. Any game with innocence in the title, it's typically has children are teenagers. So I think the main character is like a 14-year-old girl. I mean, she doesn't look 14 in the trailers, or in like the screenshots, but whatever. I can't judge that at all. So, I mean, there are Asian people out there who look like they're like 16, and it turns out they're like 38. So I can't tell anymore. And then there are white people out there who look like they're 40, but they're really like 12. And so I don't know anymore. I don't know anymore. So it's like, please show some ID before I trust you, sort of thing. It's the life I live. But yeah, anyway, yeah, it's like about some 14-year-old girl, and she has like some little kid in tow. I think he's like 8 or 10, something like that. His name's Hugo. She's got a name like Amelia or something. I don't know. It's one of those European names. Oh yeah. I found whatchamacallit. The what do you call it? Yeah, so I was reading some stuff. I was on Reddit this week. That's what I was doing. I went on Reddit and I wasted like a day looking through Reddit posts. So bad. It's all worthless to me. Anyway, what was I excited about? Oh yeah, I found a good boy name. Like if I ever have a son, a name that I would consider naming him is like Lucian. I thought Lucian was like a cool, like a badass name to give to a child or to give to somebody. So Lucian. For a boy. So for a girl, I'm still gonna do either Isla or Carla, because I like those two names. I really like Isla, but names are important. I'm gonna talk about this now. Names are important. You can't choose a name for your kid based off of like, oh, it means this and it's super pretty and blah blah blah, right? Because otherwise I'm gonna become like Elon Musk and freaking name my kid a bunch of random letters and numbers, like XA Zircon 23 or whatever. I read a Reddit story. There's a guy, he's an adult now. His legal name is Optimus Prime. That's his name. His name is Optimus Prime, and then his last name. So, like the Transformer. Like, why would you do that? So the thing is, he's been going by the guy his whole life has been going by the name Timothy. Like, he has people call him Timothy his entire life. He never puts his real name of Optimus Prime on anything. And the thing is, for legal reasons, for like the validity of his marriage certificate, he had to put, when he had his wedding, he had to put his real name. So people got to the wedding of Timothy and his bride and his girlfriend, but the invitation said it was for Optimus Prime. You know, the wedding was Optimus Prime was getting married to his girlfriend. That was all over everything for the wedding, and so people were super confused. They're like, "What the fuck, Optimus Prime?" It turned out the dude had never told anybody his name. In fact, his girlfriend didn't find out about his real name of Optimus Prime until their wedding. It wasn't until he had to put it legally on his wedding invitations and his marriage certificate that it wasn't until then that his girlfriend of many years actually found out his real name. So I find that hilarious. That's hilarious to me. So anyway, point being, names, you can't name your kid based off of what sounds cool at the time, like, oh, this name is awesome or whatever, like, because it's a novelty thing, right? How many of you guys use a novelty item every day? None of you. None of the items you use in your life are the novelty version of that item. Novelty basically meaning like it's cool and quirky, but it's not practical. Novelty is basically the opposite of practical. It's cool to have an experience once in a while, but that's about it. So if I go out there and I name my kid after freaking, like, I don't know, the angel gospel from the Hebrew Bible or something like that, right? It's, you know, unless it's a basic name that you can use every day, then it's just like bleh, you know? Not to mention it's generic as hell. Oh my god. Now, how many freaking, like, European and freaking Hispanic people I know who, oh, they want to name their baby boy Gabriel because, oh, it's like the Gabriel the angel from the Bible. Oh my god, and it's so meaningful and whatnot. Like, ugh, like, how generic do you have to be to freaking, you know? You know, you might as well name your kid John Doe at that point if you're going to be that generic about it, right? You know, have your kid join the army of tens of thousands of other freaking Gabriels and whoever else. I don't know any other common names. Anyway, it's just like it shows a lack of originality in that aspect. But anyway, so naming somebody for the novelty of it, whether it's a generic thing like that, where it's like everybody's doing it, or if it's something that's like completely unique and obscure. Like if I named my kid like Aang from Avatar, or like Sokka from Avatar or whatever, it's like, ugh. Like there was a story of this girl. Her family, she had like 5 siblings or whatever. Her and all of her siblings were named after Harry Potter characters. Harry Potter characters. So, thing is, she grew up in like the current generation. I think she's like 18 now or something. But yeah, her and her siblings were named after Harry Potter characters. You know, Harry, Hermione, Ron, Malfoy, you know, names like that. Like Harry is a common one, and maybe Ron, but like Hermione, do you guys know what Hermione? I don't. I never did. It's not a name, you know? It's not a common name or whatever. Hermione is like, yeah, it sounds fine when it's a character in a book, but it sounds like, you know, I might as well name my kid Olga or something, right? Like there's some of those weird names. Olga is such an ugly name. I don't know why you do that to your kid. But yeah, apparently these kids, or these siblings, they got made fun of their names so much growing up, and they got so many Harry Potter references thrown at them at every turn that they were so sick of it. They hate the kids. You know, the parents obviously loved Harry Potter, That's why they named all their kids after Harry Potter characters. The kids, the siblings, they ended up hating Harry Potter. They hate the books, they hate the movies, they hate everything about the culture of Harry Potter. They want nothing to do with it. And like all 5 of them are getting legal name changes as soon as they can because they're just sick of it. So it's like you want your kid to hate your favorite thing, name them after something from it, you know? Yeah, I'll name my kid Luffy from One Piece. And it's, you know, it's a one-way ticket to making sure my kid does not like that show, you know, because it's their freaking name, right? Not to mention it's such lack of originality, too. Like, my kid's name isn't his identity anymore. He's just an accessory to a parent who loved that show, right? It's like I'm naming a pet. You know, if I name my cat freaking Luffy the Pirate King or whatever, or I don't know, Naruto, like I'll name my dog Naruto, and I'll put the little ninja headband on him, and I'll dress him in an orange jumper, and he'll be Naruto the ninja. Like, that's fine if you name your pet something like that, because a pet doesn't care, right? Because the whole point of a pet's name is, you know, obviously for you to remember it so you can call them. But I mean, it's just something to like show your friends too. It's like, oh haha, I named my pet, Xavier McDickus the Third or whatever, and your friend's gonna laugh about it. That's about it, right? That's all that matters. You don't need to name your pet something novel, but like if you do, it's nothing bad. Because your pet doesn't have to live with that name, because your pet doesn't care. A human being cares. So my whole point with this is that names, when you name your kid, it has to be something practical. It has to be something where it's like, okay, you can call to your kid and this name fits them, right? That's what it is. You know, when my parents named me BigPasta, it was a name that fit me. You know, they looked at me and they're like, okay, this kid that I have is a BigPasta. And it's great. It's stuck ever since. So, you know, growing up, kids would call me BigPasta. And it fit. It fit me for sure. So that, you know, BigPasta became part of my identity. So that's sort of what it is. Like, I see myself as a BigPasta. So, you know, if your name isn't some novelty name that, oh, it's so special or whatever, right? Because those kind of names suck ass. Then you know, you can actually identify yourself as that name. Like, I'll look at like, if I can look at somebody and guess their name and I'm correct, then that means that name fits who they are and like what they look like and whatnot. When I think of the name Amelia or Emily or Jennifer, I have a very specific picture of who that is in my mind. And so if I find somebody out in the wild named Jennifer and they look pretty similar to what the picture that I have in my head, then fantastic, right? But if I go out in the wild and I find somebody named Optimus Prime, no, it doesn't matter what you look like, you will never be an Optimus Prime. I mean, unless like you are a Transformer, then you're not an Optimus Prime, right? It's like, how could I ever associate your name as, you know, with the human being that you are or whatever? So for me, as far as names go, Isla, Ayla, Isla is a beautiful name, but I think that name fits a elegant girl, an elegant, pretty, kind of shy, reserved. I don't want to say weak and fickle, but kind of that, kind of like more on like the not strong side kind of name or whatever. Isla, it's a very pretty name for like a pretty girl or whatever. The caveat is that I'm not, for my own daughter, she's probably not going to be the prettiest girl. I mean, I'm, like, conventionally. Not saying that I won't find her pretty. Because I won't. I'm her father, what the fuck. But, you know, second, you know, I think she'll look fine. But when you name somebody like Beauty or like, you know, whatever, right? It's like you give them, if I give my kid a name that is more than they are, then there's going to be a lot of expectation. It's not going to fit, and there's going to be a lot of expectation from them. If I name my kid Isla, but she's like not pretty, then, you know, conventionally, then it's a name that won't fit. Same with you guys can think about it like, and that might sound really discriminatory, but think about it like this: if you're white or black and you give your kid an Asian name, like if a white kid, if a white boy who's like blonde hair, blue eyes, grows up in Ireland or Great Britain or something, and you name that kid Jung Soon, or you name him Kim Jong Un or something like that, some Korean name, or you name him like Takahashi Toyota Suzuki or whatever, then it's not going to fit, right? You can't look at a white person and call them an Asian name. That's the thing. So it's at that point it's like cultural appropriation, but which obviously I don't care about. But it doesn't fit the person. That's my whole point. Is it doesn't fit the person. You have a name, doesn't fit the person, and so you can't do that to them because they're going to be made fun of as a kid, and they're going to have an identity crisis as an adult. And when I learned in psychology last night at 3 a.m, reading my textbook, is that when you're an adolescent, when you're a teenager, the one thing you're trying to do as a teenager when you're developing is you're trying to form a sense of self-identity. You're trying to figure out who you, like, between the ages of 12 and 18. Growing up, you're trying to figure out who you are as a person and what you want in life. You're trying to figure that out the whole way, between the ages of 12 and 18. When you're growing up, everybody goes through this. You're trying to figure out who you are, self-identity. If you spent the first, 12 or 14 years being made fun of for your name because it's weird or it doesn't fit you or it's racist or it's a Harry Potter character or whatever it is, then you're going to have an identity crisis because your name, which is like the one thing that's attributed to you, doesn't fit you. And that's the thing, you can't do that to a kid. So you can't do that to a kid without causing all these problems. So, so when you're picking out a name for your kid, you have to think about the long term. You can't think about it like you're naming a pet, right? You can't have a kid and name it Fluffy. Or name it like Cocoa Bean or whatever. Or name it freaking Optimus Prime. So, it's for the kid. When you name a kid, it's not for you. You don't get the name. You don't get your favorite name as a parent. You shouldn't get your favorite name for the kid. You should get a name that fits the kid himself. So, obviously, my name's not real. My real name's not BigPasta, but I actually don't necessarily like my name, my real name. So I don't have a replacement, but I don't necessarily like my real name. And when people call me by my real first name, it is a little jarring. because I don't see myself as that. So, I don't know. It's weird. I don't have like an identity crisis. Like if you know, I'm not gonna get my name changed. I'll stick with my name for the rest of my life, and I don't really care all that much. But it is just a little jarring. I do get this little like irk in my mind when people address me by name. It's probably why I think I don't see myself as my first name. And I get this little irk in my mind whenever people do address me by my first name. Because I know they're referring to me, but at the same time, I'm so disassociated from it. It's weird. I think it's a big reason why I don't address people by their names. Whenever I talk to somebody, I subconsciously avoid addressing them by their names. And I think it's because I don't like to be addressed by my name. If you're facing my general direction and spewing words at me, I know you're talking to me. I don't need you to call me by my name. If you call me if you refer to me by name, especially in the middle of a conversation, I think you're mad at me and you're trying to put emphasis on whatever you're saying. Oh yeah, great job with that BigPasta. It's like, okay, well, you hate me right now, so what's your problem, buddy? You know, it's one of those situations. But the thing is, you know, 99% of the time, there's no malice there. They don't intend that. They're just addressing me by name because that's what, you know, we're all used to. That's what everybody else is used to. I avoid addressing people by name, and I think I have a problem with names because of it. You know, if somebody tells me their name, it's gone. Like 10 seconds from now, I don't remember it. Because to me, I'm never going to use your name in a conversation. Because I actively avoid that because of my own experiences with my own names. And my name's a normal name. My name's a normal name. I had classmates who shared my name. Yes, I did have classmates who were also called BigPasta. So it's like, it's a completely normal name, but the thing is, I never associated myself with that name. So that was a huge problem for me. But I'm super picky, and I'm probably autistic somewhere in that. So it's a me problem for sure. And if people address me by name, I mean, I don't hate them for it. I don't have any negative feelings towards being addressed by name. Especially if it's like by a loved one, if it's endearing. Then it's like, okay, cool, you know, you're addressing me specifically, you know, whatever, right? It's not the name I would have chosen, but, you know, it's really nice that you're addressing me by name, so that's cool. So I don't want you guys to get the wrong idea. If you identify me by my name, then that's fantastic. You know, I would prefer, if somebody's thinking about me, I would prefer them to think of me with my current name than with no name. Okay? I'll make that perfectly clear. It's better to have a name than to not have a name. That's what it is. It's like, my whole point with this is that my own personal name is not my first choice. All right? That's all it is. It's not my first choice, but I don't have a replacement. I've thought about this. If I changed my name to like John or Maxwell or whatever, then I wouldn't identify with it at all. You know, at least with my real name, I'm used to people calling me that. Because I've gone 27 years of my life with people calling me that and having to write that down on, you know, in the name slot on my homework worksheets and whatnot. I mean, I had to type it like 5 times last night for all these papers that I'm writing for college. So it's fine. It's fine. I'd rather be addressed by name than not. I don't dislike hearing my name. It's just that I have a little bit of a problem. I have like a little bit of a disassociation problem with my own name. So I don't think about it most of the time, But, you know, it's whatever. But anyway, that's enough about me. Naming a kid is super important because you have to look at the practicality of it. Will your kid be fine being called this name for the rest of their life? That's the question you have to think. So when I think about a name like Isla, I don't associate my kid as being an Isla. You know, if my kid turns out like me and like my partner, who's probably not going to be the most attractive girl in the world, but obviously I'm going to think she's the most attractive girl in the world, but conventionally she probably won't be. And that's fine. That's fine. I'm not out here trying to date supermodels or anything like that. It's totally fine. But the thing is, I'm not gonna be like whatever, mediocre looking. And my wife is gonna be mediocre looking, and so we're gonna give birth to a daughter who is, of course, like mediocre looking. And I'm not gonna name her like Pretty Princess of the North, right? You know, when she's mediocre looking or whatever. I'm gonna give her a name that kind of fits her identity. So Carla, to me, a name like Carla fits. It's not ugly. It's not like hard on the ears, right? It's easy on the ears. Carla, it rolls off the tongue well, but it's not something like Carly. You guys ever watch the Nickelodeon show iCarly? Apparently my parents wanted to name me Carly if I was going to be a girl. If I was a girl and I was named Carly, I would not associate with that name. I think my parents, by their second kid, they really didn't know what they were doing with their names. So. Of course, my mom wanted to name all of us Star Wars characters, so I'm glad I'm not freaking Han Solo. Anyway, actually Han would have been a cool name, now that I think about it. I wouldn't have liked the Star Wars reference, but Han would have been an alright name. Or like Hanson. Not Hanson. Sen. Ooh, if I was named Sen, oh hell yeah. Ooh, that's kind of Asian though. Hey Sen, get over here. BigPasta Sen. Yeah, that's a good name. Anyway, the hell? What was I saying? Yeah, names. So names are cool. What was I going on about? Yeah, so Carla. It's like, okay, it's not the prettiest name in the world, but it'll probably fit the kind of girl that I have as a daughter. It'll probably fit her as a kid and as an adult. Plus, it's still fine. It sounds fine, right? I'm not naming her Olga or something like that, right? We're not going back to Russia with this. Carla, it's fine. I don't know. I'm probably going to change my mind. I haven't put much thought into it. I put some thought into it, but not much thought. So I'd have to look through a list of names. If I can't decide on anything, I'll probably just name her Isla. So that's fine. Whatever. I won't look at her and think Isla. I'll probably actually, if I name my kid Isla, I'll probably look at her and think Carla. So it'll kind of be hard for me. But I know, whatever. Anyway, it's just whatever the person will be satisfied as. It's not like the kid's gonna know, right? Of course, if you name the kid freaking Harry Potter, they're gonna know. They're gonna know. Or if you name him Aang, like from Avatar, they're gonna know. Unless you like some obscure show or something, or like it's from a book, and you don't show them the book and it's like a really obscure thing. There's a name. There was something. I played a game or something, and there was or I watched a show or something like that, and there was a name I really liked that I thought would be a good baby name. And I thought, like, okay, this thing that I'm watching that has this name in it is so obscure. Like, I'm probably going to forget about this thing itself, which I have. I've lost the name too, but I'm probably going to forget about the thing itself, but the name's cool. So I'll just take the name from it. Something like that's fine, because nobody can figure it out. You know, if you look up the name on Google, you're probably not going to get the piece of media that it's from, right? Like, if I look up BigPasta, I'm probably just going to get a bunch of pictures of, like, penne pasta with meat sauce over it. So, you know, it's not like you're going to... So even if there are some book characters named BigPasta, that's not going to be the first Google result. So, it's whatever. Anyway. My kid's also getting a Japanese name, because I'm Japanese. And I got a Japanese name, so, you know, I don't know what their Japanese name is gonna be. Anyway, I don't like my Japanese name either. I don't like either of my middle names. So I have 4 names. I have a first name, a middle name, a Japanese middle name, and a last name. So, and the only one that I actually like is my last name. So, and even my last name doesn't roll off the tongue. I thought about starting a YouTube channel that was just simply my full name, like, because there's all these YouTube channels up that are just people's names. It'll be like a YouTube channel with, like, named, like, Ethan Wazowski or something. And he has, like, 1 million subscribers, which means that, like, there's 1 million people who know this dude by name and, you know, associate that with him. I was thinking about doing that, but I can't use my real name because my real name it doesn't sound good, like, expanded out. And, like all the way expanded out, it's not catchy. I'm not saying it sounds, like, bad. It's not catchy, though. It doesn't roll off the tongue that well. So, obviously I'm not going to say my real name on here, but it doesn't roll off the tongue. It's a fine name, but it's not like YouTuber worthy, I feel like. So, I don't know. I got a lot of complaints. I've spent so much time thinking about this. I'm not, like, bitter about it or anything. I don't care all that much. It sounds like I care. I don't really care all that much. It's whatever. But the thing is, it's another one of those things where it's like, so, like, for me personally, I don't mind being called by name. I don't mind the name that I have. It's fine. I identify by it, so that's fine. I think that your name, whether you like it or not, you associate, as long as it's not a freaking, like, movie character or something, then you identify as it, and it's really hard to, like, switch out of that. So I'm never going to change my name. If I hated it that much, I would change my name, but I'm not going to change my name. I'm not a transgender or anything like that, so I don't need to change my name. But it's just, so you identify. But the thing is, for that reason, you have to really put a lot of consideration into it when the kid's born. And the thing is, even if you put all this consideration and you pick what you think is the perfect name that they can live with, maybe they won't want to live with it in the end. And honestly, you can't control that, because you got to give your baby a name, you know, and you're giving this kid a name years before it can even begin to think about whether it likes a name or not. So you're responsible for that decision. All you can do is try to make the best decision, what you think is the best decision for the kid. So yeah, that's what it is. Anyway, in psychology, I was learning about a whole bunch of things about development, like the different stages that you go through in life and how you develop during those different stages. So it's super fascinating for me. And I did want to talk about this a little bit before we start the game, because it's been on my mind. Apparently, at different points in life, growing up, we develop in different ways, and we try to seek out different things. So I don't remember, like, I think from like ages 0 to 1, it's trust versus mistrust. So basically, as a small baby, you trust the fact that the world is safe and predictable when your parents feed you and nurture you and give you everything that you need. Then as a baby, your mind develops trusting the world. Hey, I'm gonna be fed. Hey, the world is a safe place for me to be in. I don't have to worry about my own survival. As a baby, your mind develops like that, and that extends throughout the rest of your life. Obviously, if you're a baby and your parents don't take care of your basic needs, they starve. If they starve you and ignore you and neglect you as a baby, then you're very distrustful of the world. You're constantly scared and anxious, and you're thinking that, you're not going to get to eat tomorrow, and you're going to be in that survival mindset for probably your entire life. I mean, it really screws you over. Especially as a kid, when you're going through different points in your life, if something screws up when you're growing up, then it screws up your entire development, and that trauma carries with you. If you're a baby and you're left hungry for days, then even if you survive it, even if you eventually get food, you're going to forever look at the world as your needs, your basic survival needs, could not be met at any point in time. You could starve to death tomorrow, and you don't have control over that. The world is a dangerous place to live in, and if you grow up with that kind of trauma, and as a result that mindset, then life is going to be really difficult, right? Because most of us trust that, okay, even if the days suck or whatever, at least I'm not going to die, right? So it's a trust versus mistrust. That's what you develop as a baby from like ages 0 to 1. And then like 1 to 3 is something else. And ages like 3 to 11 is something else. I don't remember. I didn't really pay attention to that specific part. But what fascinated me was the later stages. Adolescence, which is your teenage years, ages 12 to 18, is self-identity. It's self-identity versus confusion. Yeah, self-identity versus confusion. That's what it is. When you're a teenager, you're trying to figure out who you are, what you like, and what you want from life. You're trying to figure that out. And that's going to carry with you for the rest of your life. And just as the whole baby thing, right? You want to make sure the world is safe and predictable, and that, you can get your food and have your basic needs met. As a teenager, you want to explore your identity and explore who you are and what you want in life. And that's going to solidify that part of you for the rest of your life. People have very similar adults have very similar desires to when they were teenagers, because when they were a teenager, that's when they figured out who they are and what they want to be or whatever. If you're a teenager and you can't figure that out, if you struggle with self-identity, then you end up being confused, and you end up, not knowing who you are, and, it's going to carry on later through life. You're not going to know who you are, or what you want, or what it's okay to want. And if that happens, then you're going to be confused, and you're going to make a lot of bad decisions because you're going to be easily influenced by other elements. I think it was saying that teenagers who can't form a sense of self-identity are more likely to get into like drug abuse and stuff, are more likely to become like drug addicts and whatnot. Just because like you don't know who you are, you don't know what you want or whatever, so you do whatever's there. Coping mechanisms, or you get easily influenced by other people or what have you. So self-identity, like, I guess being an individual, but you know, you don't necessarily have to focus on being an individual, independent and whatnot, but just simply self-identity as far as like knowing who you are and what you want in life and solidifying that, and you know, at least being confident in knowing yourself. That's what it is. It is super important. But the thing is, a lot of teenagers struggle with that. That's why teenage years are very angsty, because, and they're very hard to get through, is because you're trying to figure out who you are, and you're trying to figure out who you are and how you fit in with the rest of the world. As a teenager, I really struggled with that, because I really struggled with self-identity. It wasn't that I didn't know who I was, because I kind of did. I don't think it was perfect, but I kind of knew who I was as a teenager. The thing is, I didn't know how I fit in with the rest of the world. If you guys have been a long time viewers of the stream, you understand, you probably know about me that I'm really weird. I'm not weird in like, you know, I'm like a furry and a transgender or whatever, right? Like, I'm not like conventionally weird. I'm weird in just the fact that I perceive, and I go through the life a lot differently than other people do. I don't live by like normal standards, and I don't think by normal standards, and I don't interact with people by normal standards at all. I live life the way that I like, my worldview and like my behaviors and the way that I live life, it's actually pretty different than normal people. And I'm fine with that. If I'm alone in the mountain, if I'm the last person on the planet, I wouldn't care about that. But the thing is, as a teenager, I realized that, hey, I'm really different than other people. How am I going to get along in this society? How am I going to get along in this world? If everybody's normal and I'm not normal, then how am I going to fit in with, you know, all the normal people? How am I going to fit in with the society? And the thing is, for me, it wasn't about fitting into the group or anything like that. I knew that at any point I could find a friend group of losers and fit myself in pretty easily. But for me, it was on the romance aspect. For me, I didn't understand girls, and I didn't understand, you know, dating and everything like that. I had no romantic experience. So for me, I saw girls as normal, and I saw myself as abnormal. And so I thought, like, okay, I'm not the kind of guy that like girls would be attracted to, or I'm not the kind of guy who's like charming and charismatic and, you know, the knight in shining armor that you know, girls want or whatever. And so I had this really skewed view of the world because of that. I had this really skewed, and I had a really skewed view of my self-identity because of that. When I want romance and I want a life partner, will I find a girl who wants to be that with me? Will I find a girl who actually likes me for who I am? Will I find a girl who wants to be with me 24/7? I mean, that was a huge thing. It's like I got home from school and I went on a Skype call with my friends and we hung out all night. And it was like that every single day, and on the weekends it was for the entire day. And it was like that forever. I needed a girl to do that with me. I needed a girl who cared about me and loved me, and I could care about her and love her back. and she would be willing to spend all her time with me. Obviously, as a girlfriend, we're going to be, lovey-dovey and intimate with each other, and that's another plus. But I wanted that girl who would spend all her time with me because that's what I wanted out of life. That was one of those things where it was abnormal for me to want that. And so I had a huge identity crisis as a teenager because of this. I had a huge identity crisis that I wasn't going to find, because I thought that most girls were normal, and I wasn't going to find a girl who wanted the same things that I wanted in a relationship. Not to mention all this other stuff. But the thing is, I didn't consciously think about this. It was sort of instinctual that I knew about this. So now that, it's been like 9 years since then, I can put these thoughts into words, and express them in the way that I'm doing now. But obviously, as a teenager, I'm not thinking that deep into it. I'm just thinking I'm just simply thinking, what girl would like me? And I'm asking myself that as like a self-deprecating thing. So it's really hard. And the thing is, as a teenager too, I had nobody to guide me. Anybody that I talked to about this was dismissive about it. Oh, you're not going to, it's just a phase. You're not going to want, somebody in your life all that time. Oh, you're going to get annoyed by them or whatever. I'm not getting annoyed by them. Like, I know now that all of that was a bunch of baloney. You're dismissing my entire self-identity as a phase. And that's not good. I mean, some people have phases, right? You have an emo phase, or you have a suicidal phase, or whatever, right? Or you have a vegan phase. Who cares, right? You have those kind of phases. Romantic preferences are not phases. Romantic preferences that are like that deep aren't phases. I mean, if you want to date tall guys and then like 20 years from now you end up marrying a short dude, like, fine, whatever, you can call that a phase, right? You can call that, it's a change in dating preferences or whatever, right? It doesn't matter. Or you're settled. Who cares, right? But the thing is, something like this for me, where like I want to spend all my time with a partner. I'm not going to get into all of that, don't worry, guys, but where I want to spend all my time with a partner, that's not just a simple preference. That's like it's my entire lifestyle. It's my entire lifestyle. More so than like a career, more so than, anything else. It's an entire lifestyle. And so I had an identity crisis because I knew this about myself, that I wanted a girl like this. But then I thought I wasn't going to be able to find it. And because of that, I felt lost. What am I supposed to do now? It was tough, and so my teenage years were very angsty, and I went through a lot mentally through my teenage years. It was terrible. My living situation was fine. My mom didn't give a shit about me, so it was whatever. I had to figure everything out on my own. So that could have been better, but I mean, I didn't have somebody there to tell me that it's going to be okay. I'm fine for thinking these things as a teenager and having this being my identity. And if I'm going to go through this, then if you're going to go through this, if these are your desires, then there is somebody out there who has the same desires. It is an abnormal thing. It's against what normal people have. So there's a lot less options for me. There's a lot less options for you, but they exist. What you want in life exists out there, and it's going to be really hard to find it, but you can find it. If I had just had somebody give me that affirmation that my desires are okay, my identity is okay, and that what I want in life exists out there. If I just had somebody tell me that, just one person needed to tell me that as a teenager, and I would have been able to get through it. I just needed one person to tell me that it was going to be okay. That life could turn out to be okay for me, and I would have been fine. But I had nobody who told me that. I had nobody tell me that. And in fact, I had the opposite. Every single person I talked to made fun of me for wanting that, made fun of me for my romantic preferences. They made fun of me for what I identified as. And so they didn't like blatantly, mock me for it, but they were dismissive about it. Like I said, they were like, oh, you don't actually want that. Oh, you don't actually want that or whatever. Imagine being told, imagine it's the point in your life where you're trying to figure out who you are and what you want, and you finally found the answer, and then you have a bunch of people tell you that you're wrong. You have a bunch of people tell you that your perception of yourself is incorrect. And you're going to end up confused. Self-identity versus confusion. It's exactly what the textbook talks about. It's known in child development. It's known in the field of psychology. Self-identity versus confusion. I ended up confused. And because I ended up confused, and I ended up unsure of who I was and what I wanted in life, and if it was okay for me to want these things in life, I was confused. I left my teenage years with a very unstable view of myself and of the world and of my place in the world. And I was suicidal. That's what it was. I spent all of my teenage years and most of my young adulthood wanting to kill myself. And it was for that reason. And it's terrible. It's absolutely terrible. But the thing is, I mean, there are people out there going through so much of this, so much worse. They're going through so much of this crap. I can't imagine. But from my own personal experience, it's this thing. It's self-identity versus confusion. You got to figure out when you're a teenager, you got to figure out who you are. You got to figure out, what do you want in life? And you have to, most importantly, ask, am I going to be able to get this? Am I going to be able to get this? And of course, for every single human being, the answer is yes. You will be able to get it. I can't emphasize that enough. If you want something in life, then you can get it. You have the capability of getting it. It's not impossible. Obviously, it can't be some superficial thing. You can't be like butt ugly and want I want to marry a supermodel. It's probably not going to happen. But that's not something you base your identity around. Yeah, sure, like teenagers who have like porn addictions will think that. And yeah, their whole world view of the world is skewed, and they need to be kind of eased into the right direction. I'm away from that. But if your desires are genuine, and it's something that's long lasting, that's what it is. If it's something that's long lasting, if you remain that way for your life, for the rest of your life, and that's who you are and that's what you want. I have the same dating preferences now that I did as a teenager. I still want that same thing. I want to be with a girl who wants to be with me 24/7. I want to be with a girl who wants to spend all their time with me. That's what it is. I think that is the pinnacle of genuine romantic feelings that you can have with one another, of genuine intimacy. And you can't and the thing is I'm not gonna I don't know. You have an identity crisis. If you can't be sure, then you have an identity crisis, and it's terrible. It's terrible because it's super important for human beings to be able to know who they are and know what they want and be assured that they can get that, right? You are able to get what you want. Is it going to be difficult? Probably. You know, are you going to have to wait years and years for it? Yeah, maybe. I had to. God, I'm 27. Jesus. But the thing is, I'm 27, but I'm confident in the fact that I can get what I want. That's the difference. That's why I don't feel depressed anymore. That's why I don't feel like that anymore, is because I'm confident that the girl of my dreams exists out there for me. And I can find her and I can get her. Could it take me years until that happens? Yeah, maybe. But the thing is, I'm comfortable with myself because I know that it exists and I know that it's out there. And once I get that, then all this other stuff will have been worth it. As a teenager, you need to be assured that by the time you reach 18 years old, you need to know that, you know, you can get what you want in life. That's what it is. Because if you don't, if you're not assured, if you're not assured that you can get that, then you're going to have a hell of a lot of problems in adulthood. Trust me. I went through it all. And it's not like it's all internal battles too. It's terrible. If you don't know who you are, and if you don't know that who you are fits in with the world, then that's when it's terrible. Then that's where all that confusion comes in. Why do I want these things? Why am I even here? What's the point of being alive if I'm going to be rejected? You have these thoughts, and that's what it is. That's what drives it. That's what drives the depression. That's what drives the suicidality. And you can't, I mean, it's just, it's so hard to get through. I don't know. I'm not here to be like a sob story or anything. It's just, when the textbook talked about it, it's very interesting to me. Because it kind of explains a lot of my life, and it explains a lot of like what I've seen in other people too. Why are teenagers so emotional? Why do teenagers have so much angst about them? Why do your teenage years feel like the longest years of your life? It's because you have to go through this. It's because those are the years where you're figuring out who you are and what you want in life, and you're trying to figure out if these desires are acceptable, if who you are is acceptable. If you're a normal, neurotypical kid who has a social life and can make friends easily, and you have normal desires, then you're gonna be fine, right? You're gonna be fine, and you're not gonna have any self-esteem issues about... You're not gonna have any self-esteem issues when it comes to like what's your place in the world? Can you fit in? Things like that. So if you're a weirdo like I am, then it's gonna be a lot more difficult, and you have a lot more resistance against you. Hey, look at all the normal people. You aren't that. You aren't normal. You're weird. Look at you. You're weird. If you're not normal, then screw you. We're not, you're not going to fit in. You're not going to reap the benefits of, from the normal society. You won't have normal people helping you out. You won't get a normal relationship partner. You're going to be isolated and alone. And when you are out in public, then people are going to laugh at you. And when you're not out in public, then you're going to cringe at yourself and all of the moments you were. And it's a hellscape. It's an absolute hellscape having thoughts like that. But the thing is, it's because you're alone. It's because you're alone that you have those thoughts. It's because I was alone that I had those thoughts, because I had nobody there to tell me that I was okay, they're going to be okay. I had nobody there to accept me for who I was. That's where it stemmed from. That's why I am super confident now. If I have one person who loves me, if I have one person who accepts me for who I am, and who's even similar to me in that aspect, who's also a fellow weirdo, I can just live with them. I can just live with them, and that's totally fine. I can just go through my life, me and her, you and I, and if we don't need anybody else, that's what it is. You don't need anybody else. You truly don't. Human beings are social creatures. We need companionship. Some people need companionship in the form of a bunch of friends. Some people need companionship in the form of a social life. And some people only need one person. I'm the kind of person who only needs one other person. If somebody loves me, then I can love them. And we can spend our life together. We can go in the freaking mountains, build a log cabin, or a house built into the hill, or an underground house, or whatever. Start a garden, raise some farm animals. Who cares? I'm socially capable enough to be able to go to town and get supplies and all this other stuff, right? I can talk to people to acquire things and get what I need and whatnot. I can even work a job. But the thing is, I'm not going to for the rest of my life. I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna make friends at work. I'm not gonna find some career-driven girlfriend, anything like that. So, I said I wasn't gonna talk about it. I'm not gonna talk about it. Point being, self-identity is super important. You have to know who you are, know what you want, and be confident in it. Be assured that you will get what you want in life, that your desires will be fulfilled. Whether it be, I don't know, it could be anything, but for me, it was, will a girl accept me as I am? That's what it was for me. And I mean, for me, for everybody, the answer is yes. Whatever you want, somebody else also wants. So you don't have to worry about that. As a teenager, you go to school, you're surrounded by a limited number of human beings, and most of those human beings don't express their thoughts fully to you. You don't get to know them. And because of that, the people you do know are the ones that you're exposed to, which are the normal people. And so anybody who's not normal will look at the normal society and think, I don't fit in. And then you have self-esteem issues, and then you think you gotta fit in. Oh, I gotta be normal, I gotta watch the Netflix, and I gotta talk to the people, and I gotta be popular, and blah, 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 right? You think about that, but in reality, it's not like that. I feel like there's just as many weirdos out there as there are normal people. But the thing is, the weirdos don't speak up. The weirdos don't form their own group. And in the case of dating, what I've seen is that the people who want to be with somebody forever, they'll go out and they'll find somebody else who also wants to be with them forever, and they'll get together. They get together, and now they're off the dating market, right? I don't see either of those people again. And everybody's just pairing up with each other. And it's just, in that aspect, and it's about you being able to find the person you're going to pair up with, and you taking yourself off the dating market for that reason, right? There's a reason why there's a lot of old couples who they've been married for 50 or 60 years now. It's because they met when they were teenagers, or they met when they were like early 20s. Or whatever, right? Variety. And they got together and they just stuck with each other forever. And it works. It's a proven thing that it works. People who love each other can stick together for their entire lives. And so that in itself is not a bad desire. In fact, it's more weird that people are pushing the fact that that's a bad desire. Because if I bring up like love and romance in a conversation and be like, hey, you know, maybe we should just find our soulmate and you know, and get married to them and spend the rest of our lives with them, they look at me like I'm the weird one. And yeah, maybe I guess nowadays a desire like that is weird. But fuck them. Honestly, fuck them. I'm not changing my desires for that. I'm not going to go on Tinder just because everybody else is going on Tinder. I'm not going to do casual dating or one-night stands or anything like that just because everybody else is doing that, because that's not what I want. My self-identity is not about getting laid. My self-identity is about finding my soulmate, finding my partner, and spending the rest of my life with her. That's who I am. As a teenager, I wish that somebody would have told me that it's okay to be like that and that somebody is out there for me. Because if they had just told me that, then I could have moved on with my life. So anyway, if you guys are teenagers, that's what it is. Be assured that whatever you want in life is obtainable, and that somebody else out there also thinks the same way and also wants the same things that you do. 100% guaranteed. There's 7 billion people on this planet, so you are not the only person who is like you. You're not the only person who wants these same things. You're the only you out there, but there's like millions of people who are very similar to you. That's my point. So anyway, so that's like teenager emotional development, you know, self-identity versus confusion. So assuming that you got that in the bag, assuming that you've nailed that down, the next stage of development, which is from ages like 19 to 30, is intimacy. Romance and intimacy. When you're a teenager, you figured out what you wanted in life. Now as a young adult, you want to find a partner to share that with. And so you know who you are, and you want to find a partner who's like-minded to you, and you want to find that intimacy and explore it and whatnot. So that's what it is. A lot of people are unhappy when they don't find that, but yeah, that's what it is. You have a self-identity, you're confident in that, you have your desires, you know what you want and what you like, and you try to find a partner who is similar to that, who you can spend your life with. So as a young adult, that's what you go after. So according to this psychology textbook that I'm reading. So these are like tried and proven facts. So, but yeah, that's what it is. For me, I didn't develop that quickly. So I got that whole thing pushed. My adolescent stage where I'm trying to figure out who I am was like between the ages of like 14 and like 21. So it extended quite a bit. And then now I feel like the whole like romance and intimacy part of my life is gonna be from like ages 22 to like 40. Something like that. Because just now am I getting like, well, not just like today, but You know, obviously just within like the past few years, I've been solidifying my own desires and my own, you know, self-identity. So, and now that I'm confident in that, I can go forward and try to find a partner who's similar to me, who wants the same things in life as I do, and who wants to share that life with me. That's what it is. So, a lot of guys, you know, they push this stage back too. They won't get married until they're like 35 years old or whatever. Which is fine. I mean, I don't judge. We're not, you know, people are living until they're 100 years old these days. So it's not like it really, any of this stuff matters. It's just that when you want something early on, then every single day that you don't get it is another day suffered. And so it's really tough to, it's pretty agonizing to go through that. So, but I mean, it's whatever. So I'm not gonna sit here and feel sorry for myself because I don't have to. I've already lived this. So I'm done. My teenage years are over. My whole like my whole like depression phase is over. My whole like, you know, this and that, it's all over. So the thing is, because I went through all that, I understand I understand people who also have gone through that. And I can look at things like this from an objective viewpoint. That's why I think I would make like a really good therapist, is because, I don't know. The one thing about me is that I've been very understanding of other people and like what they're going through and stuff. So obviously not everything. You can't blanket statement it, and people are different from each other, but I don't know. I'm just... The world could do better to help people during these hard times of their lives. Typically, when you're a teenager, you're just kind of left to your own devices. And then when you're an adult, you're completely abandoned. Nobody gives a shit about you anymore. So, as an adult, you're supposed to find the people who care about you. Who could care about you, and you're supposed to get them to care about you. It's a totally like egocentric thing. It's terrible. So whatever, right? That's how the world works. The world keeps spinning. Regardless, so whatever. I don't know. It's just a lot of these things, when gone the wrong way, can really screw you up, and it can really cause a lot of problems. It caused a lot of problems for me, and I know that it caused a lot of problems for a lot of people. I had friends who went through the teenage angst phase. They didn't know their place in the world. Their place in the world wasn't the same as mine, but they couldn't figure out how to fit in. So, you know, if you go home every day and you're by yourself in your room, then it's tough. I don't know. I think a lot of people are depressed these days because it's so easy to just do that. It's so easy to isolate yourself. And it's so easy to be abnormal. That's what it is. I explained to you guys in a previous stream that there are so many different types of people out there right now because there are so many different types of interests and hobbies that you can do. You could take two people who are both gamers, but they can't relate to each other because they play different kinds of games. You could have two people who obsess over the fandoms of shows, but one of them is a Doctor Who fan and the other one's a Harry Potter fan. They can't get along with each other. And so it's super easy for people to like become isolated and not be able to relate to one another because of that. So it makes things harder. I think there's a reason. I think that kind of contributes to why this latest generation has a really high depression rate, because people's self-identities consist of these very obscure things. If you play Factorio all the time, and that's like all you do, then your whole self-identity is that you're a Factorio player. And who the hell else plays Factorio? Like, come on. Such an obscure... You guys have never even heard about that game before. I mentioned it before, but... You're a Doctor Who fan. Yeah, there exists other Doctor Who fans, but if you're going to make that your whole self-identity, then it's going to be pretty tough. There's a lot of girls out there who really like K-pop, you know, like BTS, and the Jungsoon name that I came up with in the name conversation, that Jungsoon is apparently he's like a deceased K-pop boy band idol, I guess, from some band, from some K-pop group. I don't remember, but anyway, some girl wanted to name her son Jungsoon. She wanted to name him after the K-pop idol. So, but anyway, there are a lot of girls who are into K-pop, and like that's like their whole self-identity is that they're K-pop fans. You know, they'll be at every BTS concert, and they're trying to learn Korean so that they can understand the Korean song lyrics of the songs. And they think it's such a pretty language and blah blah. And who are they gonna get with? Like, who are these girls gonna get with? Like, unless they go to Korea and go to South Korea and try to find a Korean boyfriend who looks almost similar to the boy band group. Unless they do that, then they're gonna have a pretty hard time finding a partner. If their self-identity consists of I love BTS and that's it, then how are you going to translate that into like dating other people, you know, into like finding a partner to spend your life with, especially a partner of the opposite sex? What guy is a K-pop boy band fan? I don't know any. One of my friends liked K-pop. He liked girl K-pop groups, like Girls' Generation, and that one girl who did Bubble Pop, because that was like 2012. That was a long time ago. Oh god, 2012 was 10 years ago. Ah, kill me. Anyway, yeah, that's sort of what it is. So, anyway, he was a big fan. I think he ended up dating a girl who likes... Did she like K-pop? I don't know. She was into League of Legends. He was into League of Legends. The thing is, he had more than one thing. Like he liked the songs and he thought that the girls were cute. But that's it. He was a white guy. He had total yellow fever, for sure. But that was it. And he ended up getting with like some Vietnamese chick because he was attracted to Asians. It's like, okay, what about all the white girls who like boy bands? What about all the black girls who like Korean boy bands? Oh god, I feel bad for them. Who are they gonna date, right? If your whole self-identity is like revolved around freaking fangirling about like boy bands and whatnot, then you're gonna have a pretty hard time when you realize that life is more about is about more than Korean boy bands. Like, there's more things in life. You're not going to relate with somebody based off of your love for BTS. I mean, you can find friends based off of that, but you're not going to find a boyfriend based off of that. And so it's like your self-identity, it's hard because I'm not saying diversify yourself. Honestly, like, who cares, right? If you want to be a one-trick pony and you want to only like one thing, that's totally fine, right? I'm kind of that person where I only like... I mean, I've given myself variety because I like a variety of things, but you know, it's like you spend all of your time thinking about one thing or all of your time doing one thing, and all of a sudden you can't relate to anybody anymore. So that becomes a part of yourself. That becomes your self-identity, and it's not. And it's very hard to have that, and then find somebody who also has that and like relate to them and whatnot. So anxiety and not anxiety, just angst, you know, teenage angst about like what, how are you gonna fit in life or whatever. I want a boyfriend, but all I can talk about is, you know, which BTS member I think is gay or whatever, right? It's, I don't know. I'm thinking in Tumblr posts right now. That's what it is. It's, yeah. So I just find that, well, I find it funny. It's terrible though. It definitely makes it a lot harder to find a ideal partner or whatever. As a kid, like, or as a teenager, I would have dated a girl who was like a K-pop fan or whatever. But all the girls who were like fangirling, when I was in high school, they all like Justin Bieber. That was the one. So, and I hated Justin Bieber. As a teenager, I was really like, part of my self-identity as a teenager was that I was very anti-popular. Not like I was unpopular. I was very against popular things. So Justin Bieber was popular, hated him. BTS was popular, or not it wasn't BTS at the time. They weren't around. There's some other Korean boy band group. I don't remember what it was. Anyway, whatever, like Doctor Who, hated Doctor Who because it was popular. Supernatural, same thing, hated Supernatural because it's popular or whatever, right? So, you know, whenever girls would be over there fangirling about this and that or whatever, I was disgusted. Ugh, you're gonna fangirl about that? It's gross. You're such a basic bitch. That's what it was. You're such a basic bitch for fangirling over something that like a million other people are fangirling over. So that was my whole mindset as a teenager. I don't necessarily think that anymore. I'm not Mr. like anti-popular, because a lot of that had to also do with my atheism phase. So, because I was very anti-establishment or whatever. That's what you get when you're a teenager. But yeah, so I didn't open my mind. I was very close-minded to that. So I didn't open my mind because honestly, like back in high school, I probably could have gotten along really well with the girls who fangirled over this stuff. I could have joined in their fan group, in their fangirling. Who cares, right? Why should it matter to me, right? If it's making her happy and, you know, and she makes me happy by like wanting to hang out with me and stuff, then like, yeah, fine, right? Who cares, right? Who cares? But I don't know. I was very like, I was unsure of like how I was gonna handle relationships and stuff when I was a teenager. So, I mean, it wouldn't have worked out, but like objectively speaking, that's what I should have done. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how that would have worked out for me, to be honest. I mean, it's just whatever, right? So, you gotta, even if you can't relate with somebody on their interests, I think you more so have to relate to them on how weird the both of you are. Your levels of weirdness. Right? Like, you and I can be into completely different things, have completely different hobbies, but we can both relate to having social anxiety. We can both relate to, you know, our dislike for other people. We can both relate to the fact that we've been considered weird and isolated from everybody else. That's a great thing to be, that's a great thing to relate to people on. So, it's like, that's all you have to do, right? You don't need any more than that. I don't know. That's how I viewed it. Anyway, growing up, I didn't view it like that, but that's how I thought. It's like, okay, I'm not going to relate to people because I just sit in my room, I play League of Legends all the time. But girls don't play video games, haha, right? It's honestly how I thought back then. Very immature. So what was I saying? Yeah. The you relate based off of like the problems that you've had in life. That's why I'm super like, I'm not critical, but I talk a lot about less than positive things. It's because that's how I relate to other people. Oh yeah, I went through the same struggles as you did, or whatever, right? Oh, doesn't this suck? Haha, yeah, it does suck. Wow, you totally get me. Things like that. And that's fine. That's, I think it's fine. Other people don't. When you talk about something that's positive, you gotta find... It's gotta be something that you view as positive that you can also relate with somebody else about. Oh, I love BTS. I'm gonna keep using BTS because I know nothing about anything else. Any other, like, possible Korean boy band or whatever. But yeah, it's like, oh, I love BTS. Oh, I love it too, right? That requires both of us to like the band. Because I can't relate to somebody's love of BTS. If somebody loves BTS but then has a million other things to talk about, then great, there's more opportunity. We don't have to talk about BTS all the time. But if like that's her whole thing, is like she's a fangirl of BTS, and the instant she gets home from school or work, she just lays on her bed with her headphones and listens to BTS all the time and looks up news articles about them and has big old posters of the band members on her walls, and that's it. That's all she is a BTS fan, nothing more. Then it's like, it's going to be really hard to relate to her on anything positive because the only positive thing in her life is Korean boy bands. I can't relate to her on that positive aspect, but I can relate to her on the negative aspects of life, which are, hey, you're probably not very social. You probably don't have a social life because you're a BTS fan. And she's like, yeah. And I'm like, hey, I don't have a social life either. And then we could joke about it. Right? There we go. And, we relate to each other based on that. But the problem is that we relate to each other based off the negatives. And so I've kind of, adopted that. I've kind of like, my speaking style is very like, I'm very critical of everything. And I'm very like, I look at, potential problems in things and whatnot. But it's largely because it's easier for me to relate with others based off of our mutual struggles than it is for me to relate to others based off of our mutual interests. And that's different. It's terrible. No, the thing is, for me, it's, let me check my mic again, make sure I've been talking this whole time. Alright, guys, that's good. But yeah, for me, God, I lost my train of thought. These mice are very detailed. For me, it's easier for me to develop a long-lasting relationship with somebody when I spend a lot of time with them. Because when I spend a lot of time with them, you know, initially we can circle jerk about how life sucks and how we're both considered weirdos and how we hate people and blah blah blah, right? But then over time, but that's the initial impression, and that kind of starts off the relationship. And then over time, we start getting more comfortable with each other, and we can start sharing each other's interests. We can start commenting on things. Hey, want to play video games together? I got this cool one. Oh, you're going to do something else? Can I watch you? Or can I participate? You know, things like that. And so, you know, over time, there's more opportunity. You know, when we're comfortable with each other from having the mutual problems, then we're comfortable enough to where we can share in our different interests. And then those different interests, when we share them with each other, they become mutual interests, right? We share them now. It's the same. You're into my video games and anime, and I'm into your whatever else, right? You know, whatever you're about. And that's what it is. And so I think that's, I mean, but I can't start off a relationship. You can't start off a relationship just diving into somebody else's interests. I think that's a lot. I mean, you could, but it's a lot harder to do that, and it's a lot higher of a chance that you're gonna put off the other person by doing that. By being like super interested in what they're doing. A lot of people don't like that for some reason. I don't know. I would love it. If some strange girl came up to me and asked to play video games with me, I'd be like, okay, sure, let's do it, and then we have some laughs. Whatever, right? And vice versa. If I met some girl who I was interested in getting to know, I would probably ask like, hey, you know, what are you doing? And can I join you? Sort of thing. And, you know, we use that as a bonding experience, right? I don't know anything else, right? You guys think about like, oh, where do you take a girl on a date? Oh, dinner and a movie. Okay, dinner, you talk with each other. And then a movie is like a shared activity. But with a movie, it's a safe bet because everybody watches movies. Which is why I had a problem with it, because I'm not the kind of person who watches movies in movie theaters. I mean, I will, but I would rather not do that. I would rather have a home theater set up at home and watch a movie at home with somebody. But for me, watching a movie is like I cuddle with her. I have my hand around her shoulder, or I have my arm around her shoulders, and I pull her close, and she has her head rested on my shoulder or in my chest or whatever. And we're like that close to each other and that intimate. And that's not a first date kind of thing. You don't do that on a first date. Maybe if you go on Tinder and you're gonna have a one-night stand, then yeah, sure, you do that kind of thing. But freaking, that's not a first date kind of thing with somebody you're, you know, gonna get in a relationship with. But the thing is, people recommend having a movie. Oh, bless you. People recommend watching a movie is because it's a shared activity. But the thing is, it's a shared activity that like neither of you are invested in. I don't get to explore my hobbies with her, with a girl, when we're watching a movie together. I mean, yeah, okay. If watching a movie together is one of the many things that we do together, then that's completely fine and it's enjoyable. But you can't just do one movie and then call it a done deal, right? You know, if I'm with a girl and and our thing is that we watch movies together, we're watching movies every night. Like, I don't care, we're watching movies every single night. We both get home from work, we're gonna sit down, dinner, movie. But it's gonna be in our home, we're not going to the movie theater, whatever, right? If it's like an online relationship, you do the Netflix thing. You sync it up. If it's like you're living together or you're like visiting each other's houses, you just sit on the couch, snuggle with each other, right? All that stuff. that's what it is. If that's your guys' thing, then that's your guys' thing. You can do that, right? But that doesn't have to be the only thing. Every single person in this world, or not every single person in this world, wants to just watch movies all the time. A lot of people do. That's kind of the normie thing to do, which is why it's advised. But for me, that's not it. Maybe my ideal date is that we go home and play Mario Kart. Maybe my ideal date is that we go home and we look at memes on Reddit with each other. Maybe we paint together. Maybe we go hiking together. I don't know, just something, right? It's got to be something that like at least one of us is interested in. It's got to be something where we can share our passion and our interest for this activity with the other person. If I meet a girl and we're trying to decide a date, hiking probably isn't going to be one of the choices. But if I meet a girl and she's really into hiking, then that's going to be the preferred date for me. Because then if she really likes hiking and she's passionate about it, then she gets to share that passion with me when we're doing it. And vice versa, if a girl wants to date me, then, let's play video games together or whatever, right? And I get to share that passion for that with her. When you share your passion and you share your interests with somebody, you form that bond. You form that bond, and you're getting them involved in your life. It's that young adult phase of developing intimacy. The development stage is called intimacy versus isolation. Which sounds really cruel. If you don't find a romantic partner, then you're going to be alone for the rest of your life. It's true. I mean, literally, it's true. That's the very definition of it. But yeah, it's, you're trying to find, who you are and what you like. And so you're trying to find somebody to share that with. Even if your whole self-identity is nothing, and you don't have any interests, and you don't have anything that you're passionate about, that's completely fine. That's still a self-identity. And I should have talked about that with the whole teenager thing. But yeah, I mean, as far as like dating goes, sharing your interests and your passions with somebody else, and that somebody else being very reciprocating of it, very accepting of it, forms that bond. It forms that connection between the two of you on a positive note. So yeah. As far as like being a teenager and forming that initial self-identity, though, I should have mentioned that if you don't have any interests, and if you don't have anything that you're passionate about, that can still be that can still be your identity. That's totally fine. If your identity is somebody who doesn't have any passions, or who doesn't have any interests, or who isn't necessarily passionate about one specific thing, that's completely fine. That is completely fine. Everybody still has something they want in life. If you just want to sit there in your room and be bland and boring and, just coast through life, maybe work a job, maybe not, you don't care or whatever, that's still your identity. That's still your identity. Because that's who you are, and that's what makes you you and different from other people. And the reason why it's still an identity is because you can still have a successful relationship even if you're a boring piece of shit, right? I've met people, I've met guys who are boring pieces of shit, but they can still have a relationship because they're still human beings. You're still a human being. You're still able to speak words. You're still able to have thoughts. You have desires. Everybody has a romantic preference. First of all, everybody has a romantic preference. And mind you, I'm not calling, if you guys are, zero interest kind of people, I'm not calling you a piece of shit. I was just using the term boring. And just if you are boring, there we go. If you are boring, then that's still, if you're still like you don't have anything about you, that's still your identity, and that's a completely fine identity to have. People who are maybe boring, or who might not have anything to talk about, or might not have anything like interest wise that they do, they still have desires. You still have desires, right? You still want certain things. You still react to certain things certain ways. You still have a personality. You might not think you do, but you do. It's there. How you behave and react to different situations in life is your personality. A plastic doll sitting in the corner of a room that doesn't move ever and who is unalive, that thing doesn't have a personality. But you as a human being who lives and breathes has a personality. How like interesting or flamboyant that personality is, there's a spectrum, right? You could be the most interesting and charismatic person in the world, or you could be the most like boring and one note kind of person in the world with no interests. Either way, it's totally fine. Or you could be somewhere in the middle. Either way, it's totally fine. It's totally fine. You could sit there and your whole personality is about speaking words that don't mean anything. And it's completely fine. It's completely fine. Because it's still you. It's still you, and you're still going to, and like I said earlier, there also exists somebody out there who is similar to you. And there exists somebody out there who wants to be with you, who wants to be with that kind of person. That's totally fine. I wouldn't mind getting with a boring girl. That's totally fine to me. As long as she, like, still cares and still loves me. There's a difference between being boring and being uncaring. There's a giant difference. If I'm with a girl and she, like, genuinely wants to be with me, but she's just boring and she just doesn't talk, that's totally fine to me. I have a sister who has selective mutism. She can't say more than like 3 words at a time. That's totally fine. That's totally fine. It's like it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Right? What matters is your feelings towards the other person and your desire to be with them. That's why I was saying everybody has desires. Everybody has something that they want. People have something that they want and they go towards that. They pursue that. I have something that I want. And the thing is, people might think that I'm boring. You guys watching the stream might not think that I'm boring because it's, I can sit here for 2 hours and talk about a variety of subjects. But, in real life, I don't really speak to anybody. And some people might think I'm boring. But, I still have these desires. I still have these, like, I still want things, right? If a girl finds me boring, I still want to be with her, right? If it's a girl that I want to be with, I still want to be with her, and I'll exist with her and be able to express that. And if that's the only thing I can express, that's fine. If the only thing that you can say to somebody is I love you and that's it, then that's more than enough. That is more than enough for a good relationship. I guarantee you guys it's more than enough for a good relationship. Is if you can only spout the same 3 words over and over again, I love you, even if it's a mumble. Hey, what do you think about this? I don't know. I just love you. That's all I know. Like, fine, whatever. That's cute. That's cute. Honestly, that is so freaking endearing. Oh my gosh. So, I don't know. It's just, my whole point with this is that you got, no matter how boring you think you are, no matter how, like, uninteresting you think you are, it's None of that matters. It's part of your identity. When you're looking at like who you are as a person, you don't need to be overly concerned with being the most interesting or the most relatable person in the world. The only thing that matters is what you want in life and how that aligns with what other people want, or with what somebody else wants. Like I said, I don't care if I'm in love with a girl who is super boring and uninteresting and who doesn't share any of my hobbies or passions, because I'll still love her. That's like even if I love her for being interesting and like talkative and stuff, and then she stops that, I'm still gonna love her, right? An interest and desire for somebody, once you bond with them, it turns into unconditional love. At least for me. I know for other people it doesn't. I liked him because he was he went to the gym all the time and he had a high paying job, and now he lost his job and he's getting a little fat and he stopped going to the gym. I'm getting a divorce. Like, I don't understand that. Like, you didn't love if you're thinking like that, you didn't love the person in the first place. If you're only loving them for superficial things. For me, at least for me, identity comes from your desires. What do you want in life? You understand that about yourself, and then you kind of translate that into real life. Okay, I want this. How am I going to get it? Does it exist somewhere? And does it exist somewhere? The answer is yes, right? It does exist somewhere. How am I going to get it? So, I mean, that's what it is. So even if you're boring, even if you don't speak a word, even if you don't have thoughts, that's still part of your identity. You still have an identity, right? There's a reason why, it's classified as identity versus confusion. Because the only alternative to having an identity is to be confused about your identity. But all of that is kind of solved by just having this perception of yourself where, where you understand yourself. You understand yourself and what you're like and who you are and what do you want. That's what you need to understand about yourself. As a teenager, I had a really hard time coming to terms with what I wanted because I thought that what I wanted was wrong. But the thing is, there is no wrong. Your desires can't be wrong. Even if you want to go out and, commit human genocide against the world's population, it's not wrong to have that desire. It's not wrong. And hell, I'm sure that there's somebody else out there with that same desire. You can go marry them. Obviously, if you commit the act, then that's going to be pretty bad. But if you just, I don't know, you could do a lot of things with that. You could play Plague Inc. and, all day and just your goal is to wipe out civilization with deadly diseases or whatever. Plague Inc. is basically a COVID-19 simulator, basically, or a Black Plague simulator. But yeah, you can just do that. It's like whatever desire you have, whatever encompasses your life, is who you are. In fact, a lot of people change interests. Those girls who like the Korean boy bands when they're teenagers, when they get to 40 years old, they're probably not gonna like those boy bands anymore. So that didn't stay as a part of their identity. Which means that interest, whether they had it or not, might not necessarily have been a part of their identity. What is part of your identity is how you behave. Right? How you react to certain things, right? Whether you're entitled or humble or caring or empathetic or narcissistic or, things like that. So your personality, right? How you behave. And more importantly, it's your desires. Your identity stems from your desires, right? People don't need to think about their own personalities. I shouldn't have even mentioned that. Your identity is based off your desires. What do you want in life? What do you want in a partner? And whatever you want, it is possible. It does exist out there. So, how can you get it? That's what it is. That's what it is. And the thing is, even if you only have one option out there, right? If you want something and it is so obscure that only one other person on this planet exists that wants that, well, you better damn make sure that you're getting with that person, but it does exist. And that can still be part of your self-identity. And the thing is, there are people out there who establish an identity with themselves when they're a teenager, and then they go the rest of their lives not getting that thing. But the thing is, they've established their identity, and they're confident in it, and they're sure of themselves in it. And, they go the rest of their lives without getting it. And, not that that's completely fine, but, they live with it. You live with it. You suffer, but you live with it, right? You succeeded at the identity part, but then later you failed at the gaining intimacy part. So intimacy versus isolation. You got to isolation. Tough luck. There are people out there who experience that. I think it's something like 3% of the human population ends up dying alone. So, in that regard. So that's sad. But whatever, right? I mean, the rest of us don't really have to be concerned about that. It sucks. And honestly, I would, dedicate my whole life to alleviating that problem because that's something that's important to me. But, it's like it is, but at the same time, it is what it is, and you can't save the world, right? None of us are going to save the world, so. Hey, that's another thing. If your identity is you want to try to save the world, then so be it, right? That's your identity. Can you succeed at saving the whole world? Probably not. But, actually the answer is no. But can you succeed at saving some of the world? Yeah, you can. You can start a charity. You can go volunteer and help poor, starving kids in foreign countries. You can, whatever. You can start a business and become a billionaire and then spend those billions of dollars on like renovation projects for disadvantaged people. I mean, there's a million different things you could do to try to save the world. And you're not going to save everybody, but you can save as much as you humanly possibly can. And in fact, you can even inspire others into doing that. And that's your whole personality. You don't need to have interests for that. You don't need to like the Korean boy bands or play video games or, even enjoy going to the movie theater in order for you to have that identity, right? So that could be your identity. I mean, your identity can be anything. If your identity is like, I don't know, video games, and that's like the most important thing to you, and you really need somebody else who also plays video games and who really prioritizes video games, then that can be your identity, right? It's about the level of desire that's there, right? If you don't want anything, then that can still be an identity. Its identity isn't based off of the existence or absence of something. It's based off of the severity of it. If you want something a lot, that's your identity. If you don't want anything at all, that's still your identity, right? It's who you are. That makes up who you are, right? And who you are doesn't necessarily change over the years. You're still developing. You're still growing. But by the end of it, you come to a conclusion. You come to an answer. So, and then that answer doesn't really change throughout the years, right? If you're like 18, 19 years old and you've wanted something for a long time and you have this really burning desire for it, then that's not going to go away ever. If you go your whole life without getting it, then you'll be numb to the pain of not having what you want. But, I mean, that's about it, right? You're still going to constantly pursue that. It's like with me. I want a wife who will spend all her time with me, who I can just spend the rest of my life with. And I wanted that when I was 14, and I want that now at 27. And if I don't get it, then if I turn 60 years old, I will still want it. The nice thing about this world is that kind of desire is actually, I guess it's a little more common than people would have you believe. There's a lot of opportunity for me to get it, and that's my point. So, but yeah, anyway, There's opportunity to get it. There's a lot of old guys who have been single their whole lives, and they end up getting it. You can pretty much leave the country for that. So that's what I would do. If like my dating prospects go to hell, then I would just focus on like a career and amassing money and then being rich enough and then probably leaving the country or whatever. If like that was like, it is important to me. But, you know, whatever, right? I'm not going to do that, obviously. So I'm not going to abandon my hope that I'm going to get a wife who loves me. For more than my money. Oh, my God. But yeah, anyway, I don't know. Identity. Who you are as a person. That's what you got to figure out. And whether you're a teenager, or whether you're a young adult, or whether you're a middle-aged adult, and you never figured this out. You know, it's something you got to figure out, right? There's a lot of peace of mind that comes when you do figure it out. And then you can then explain other things, right? Can I feasibly get this? Yeah, probably. And, you know, how has my life been when I don't have it? How is my life going to be when I do get it? Things like that, right? And you're kind of like, once you establish your own identity in that regard, you understand what you want in life, then you have a clear direction and a clear path that you can take towards just having that. If you're career focused, my identity is I want to become a veterinarian. Fantastic, right? You have a clear, direct goal now. You have a clear goal. You have a direct path to get to that goal. Go to college, go to vet school, be a vet, right? Then you get to live the rest of your life in satisfaction. If it's not a career and it's something else, then you do that, right? Romance, right? I just got to find a girl who loves me. That's my one requirement. I prefer a girl to be a little weird, too. A little weird, or kind of maybe more than a little weird. God, I want a weird girl. Oh, that sounds so fun. Oh my God. I love weird people. As long as they're fine with me being weird, too. I've met weird people who, when I start being weird, they're like really put off by it. They're weird, but they're narcissistic. Not narcissistic. I don't want to overuse that word. They're very self-centered. They're weird and they're expressive about their weirdness selfishly. They only care about how they act and how they are. And they just want to surround themselves by people who aren't going to be weird, but who accept them being weird. It's a total, it's hypocritical. They're hypocritical. Being a hypocrite is a bad personality trait. Being egotistical is a bad personality trait. Being self-centered is a bad personality trait. I have standards. But yeah, no, I've met weird people who are like that. They're very self-centered. They want people to pay attention to them in their weirdness, and they just want people as like the objects to pay attention to them, the objects that the weird person can be weird onto, and that's it. They don't want to deal with somebody else's weirdness. They want people to deal with their weirdness, but they don't want to deal with somebody else's weirdness. I hate those kind of people. It's just, it's terrible. I recognize that I'm weird, and I want somebody who is also weird, and we can be weird together. But that's the whole point, is that we're weird together. I'm not just looking for somebody who I can just dump everything onto, and then ignore them when they try to reciprocate. That doesn't work. It doesn't work. I mean, you could be a complete pushover and that works, but it's not a happy relationship. If I meet somebody who just simply wants me to be weird, then that's fine. Whatever, right? Even if she's boring. If I meet a girl who's not weird, but she's boring, and she just wants she just wants all of my personality to carry both of the relationship, or both of our parts of the relationship, then fine. If she's gonna love me and stick with me and, actually, smile when I talk to her, genuinely, then fine, so be it, right? That's still an ideal situation. But, I would be accepting if, I had a girl who was weird. Who was being weird towards me, as long as I get to be weird towards her back. That's what it is. And I use the word weird very loosely. Weird can mean anything. Weird can mean my girlfriend tries to kill me with a knife in the kitchen. And, whatever, right? That was fun. What a fun experience. But yeah. I don't know. I don't want to say I'm weird for liking weird things, but I probably am. But yeah, anyway, it's just, I don't know. That's my identity. Is that I want to spend my life with somebody, and I want us to both be able to express ourselves to each other. That's what it is. Or, I mean, it's her expressing herself to me, I guess, is optional, right? I'm fine either way. She can be completely, outspoken and whatnot to me. I'll love it. Or she could be really quiet and just let me do all the talking. I'll still love her for it. So, either way, she could be a mix of the two. I'll love it, right? If I get a wife, it's not like I'm gonna, talk her ear off 24/7 like I do on stream. But yeah, it's fine, right? It's like, if it works, if she likes me, that's the thing, is if you like somebody, then it doesn't matter how good or bad they are in any specific moment. All that matters is if you vibe with each other, if you jive with each other, that's all that matters. That's all that matters. Because when you're with somebody, you can't expect entertainment 24/7. You can't expect interesting things to happen 24/7. But a lot of people do. It's normal nowadays to expect entertainment from your partner. And I hate that. I hate it so much. Because a lot of people spend their time on TikTok and YouTube and Instagram and whatnot, where you can just scroll up and there's a new video. Scroll up and there's a new post. Swipe left and there's a new person to talk to. It's terrible. And it saturates our ability. It desensitizes us to genuine living, and I think it saturates it decreases our attention span significantly, and it saturates our ability to have genuine relationships because of that. So, I don't know. A girl that I get with can be somebody who has a TikTok account or whatever, but I'd prefer them to not, because I think that there's a negative consequence to that. So, the negative consequence being that, she's going to be bored of me eventually, right? Because there's going to be a day where I stop talking, and she's got to be okay with that. My future partner's got to be okay with the moments when I don't talk. God. I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon, but it could happen eventually. I don't want to be the kind of person who, I have to be talking all the time, and so I end up repeating myself over and over. It's that kind of person's blah. I don't know. It's just instead of repeating myself, why don't I just not talk about it? I don't know what I'm saying. Anyway, that's that. On a quick side note, I've been talking to myself more and more in my room. I'll like read something on the internet and I'll make like a verbal commentary about it, and then I'll catch myself and I'll be like, shit, like I'm not talking to anybody. I have to remind myself that I'm not talking to anybody. There's no other human being in my room listening to me when I'm commenting on Reddit posts. Like, I'll read something and I'll be like, oof, yikes, that sucks for him. And I'll think, like, who am I referring to, right? I can have these thoughts in my brain. Like, I don't need to speak them aloud. So, I don't know. Can you guys do that? Can you guys have complete, coherent, like, thoughts in your brain? Not just, like, reactions or whatever, but, like, can you guys form complete sentences in your brains? Apparently that's something that some people aren't able to do. I've lived my whole life doing it. I can string together sentences. I can have entire conversations between like multiple different people in my brain. It's like, or I can create it or whatever, right? Like it's written out in a story. So I guess there are people out there who can't do that. You can't like form sentences in your brain and keep them in your brain. So or like you can't see the words that are being formed in your head or whatever. I don't know. There's this whole test on it. So interesting to see, I guess, but I guess like cognitively you don't have, or like there's something missing, or I don't know. Anyway, it baffles me kind of that you can't do that. And some people can't do that. They can't really form thoughts, or they can't really like express thoughts in their own brain. Like they can't think, really. Like you think, but it's in like really vague ideas and vague like forms of a concept that don't actually get actualized until you speak it. If you want to have complete... There are people out there who, if they want to have a complete thought, they have to like mumble it under their breath. Or they have to mumble it out loud in order to form the thought, in order to form the coherent thought. Whereas, like, I can read myself stories in my head, like not without a book in front of me. I can, you know, if I want to have a story about like a bunny rabbit hopping through the woods or something like that, then I can form the sentences in my head, and you know, it's read the story aloud, but in my brain only from start to finish. I guess there's quite a bit of people who can't do stuff like that. It seems very basic to me, but there's people who can't do that. So the only reason I'm even explaining how thinking works is because I guess people don't do that or whatever. So I can see that getting in the way of like how like critically you think, and then of course it gets in the way of like academics and stuff like that. If you can't I would imagine the inability to do that means that you can't think about things critically. You don't have critical thinking, or you don't have a lot of it, at least. So a lot of the things that I talk about and that I think about have to do with critical thinking. I guess it's like a very smart thing to do or whatever. I don't know. I just find interest in it. But yeah, it's like I'll look at something and I will, you know, think about it critically. As if that's just a blanket statement. You can't just say, think about this thing critically or whatever. It doesn't mean anything. I just analyze it, the ins and outs and everything, the potential consequences of it. I formulate scenarios in my head where I take something, or I take a situation and I take it all the way to its end conclusion or whatever. So, and then I branch it off into different paths and stuff. I mean, I do this a lot. That's why I'm so, like, angry at the world, is because there's so much crap that's happening that's, like, super obvious to me. But it's obvious because I've put a little thought into it, so. But I guess a lot of people don't do that. I always thought about it as, like, people don't care to think about things critically. But I think it might be more so that people are just incapable of doing it, so. I don't know, it might have something to do with IQ. I don't know. Anyway. Whatever, right? I mean, besides people who are, like, actually special needs, I think that it would do for the rest of us to actually have some critical thought in our lives. So. But whatever, right? It's not like I'm gonna get mad at people for not thinking critically or not being smart or whatever. So if that's the case, then I can just be the leader, right? So that's the thing. I don't hate the fact that people don't think about things critically. What I do hate is that people won't listen to me when I've thought about things critically when they haven't. If I go up to somebody and I point out, you know, something that's bad about what they're doing or what the world is going on or whatever's happening in the world or whatever, if I go and point that out to them, then they'll actually reject it. They'll reject it and then call me some names or whatever. I don't know. I'm so jaded at this point. They'll reject it. They'll look at me weird. They'll be like, "Oh, I don't think that's the case, actually." But then I'll inquire. I'll be like, "Well, why don't you think that's the case?" And then they can't come up with an answer. These people, they just can never come up with an answer or a counter argument to me. And it's clear that it's like, okay, maybe they're not capable of doing that. But then if they're not, then why aren't they trusting somebody who is capable of it? And it's a lot. I think it's a lot to do with, like, people's worldviews. They don't want, if you can't see the faults in things, then the entire world is a happy, hunky-dory place with rainbows and sunshine. And for me to come in and present them with counter evidence to that point, it's depressing. And I think a lot of people, especially people who aren't able to think for themselves, I think they just want, it's more important to them that the world be happy. The world be a good place for them, a positive place for them. You guys hear the phrase, ignorance is bliss? I think a lot of people choose ignorance just so that they can live in bliss and, ignorant happiness. So, especially, I guess, and it's understandable, I suppose, now that I think about it. If you can't think critically, then you're going to be swayed by emotion. And so you can either live your life happy all the time, or angry all the time, or sad all the time. And you're going to have to wait for somebody else. You're going to have to wait for somebody smarter than you to come along and tell you something different that will kick you out of that emotion or that state of mind. So I think people just want to go towards happiness. The freedom of being able to think critically means that the freedom gained by it is basically that I can think about bad things, and then I can immediately go back and think about good things, and I can justify each thought process, and I can convince myself of that, because that's what it is I'm convincing myself of that, because I just look at it and I analyze it a little bit more. So there's a huge freedom that comes with that, and for somebody who's incapable of doing that, if I'm coming in and telling them that, hey, the world sucks and we're all going to die soon and you've been suffering your whole life, they're going to get and they believe me, they're going to get pretty depressed. And the thing is, they're going to always be depressed after I have told them that fact, forever on, until I tell them something else that gets them out of that depression, until I tell them something else that regains that happiness for them. So that makes them happy instead of depressed. They're completely reliant on, somebody who could have their worldview shattered so easily is going to be completely reliant on me to give them that happiness. Not in like that kind of way. I know I made that sound really weird, but if somebody can't think critically and they're gullible, then their mood is probably super easily changeable. So I don't know. Makes them easy to manipulate, But I guess that's kind of where it stems from, so. I can't imagine not having the level of intelligence that I have. I'm not saying that, like, I'm super intelligent or anything. I'm not, like, stroking my own horse over here. But it's just, like, I can't imagine not being able to think as much as I do, because it's like one of the things that I enjoy is being able to think critically, being able to look at something and then sort of see things that other people can't, and be able to analyze it, or see things that other people can. In fact, I like it a lot better when other people can see things. If I look at like a world event and I'll see the flaws in it, and I'll see like, okay, I see the flaws, and I see why this thing is happening, who's causing it, and why they are causing it, and how this thing is evil, and it's bringing malice upon many lives. And hey, we could do this thing to fix it. I see this whole thing. I can look at a terrible world event and outline a beginning to end development plan on how to fix it and how to save the world for that specific problem. I can just do that. In fact, give me like a half an hour and I can come up with like a written plan of action for how to do this. But the thing is, like, I'm the only one doing this. I'm like, I look at this problem and like everyone in the comments is like, oh, this sucks. Oh, that sucks that this bad thing happens. Like, you can't even figure out anything from that. Nobody's looking at this and thinking like, okay, how did this happen? Who caused this? How can we prevent this? Nobody's even asking these questions most of the time. It's terrible. It's terrible. It's like no wonder we have like environmental issues, right? Because nobody's asking this. Nobody asks these questions. Nobody's doing anything about it, that's for sure. But nobody's even thinking about it. Like individual things. I don't know. It upsets me because it's so easy for people to see right and wrong, and it's so easy for people to suffer from it, but if you can't analyze situations logically and figure them out, then you can't do anything about it and you're powerless. Knowledge is power. Thought is power. And, people who can't even see things like that are just... You're subjecting yourself to a life of being controlled by the whims of people who are better than you, and you'll never escape that. So I at least figured out a way to escape it. I'm leaving this place. Goodbye, sayonara. But it's whatever. I can't. Like I said, I have to keep telling myself it can't save the world. If I had the means and the resources, I could totally save the world. But I don't, and I can't. You can't save the world. Even if I could press a button and apply everything that I've been thinking about into action, it's not going to do anything. It's not. I mean, I'm I don't know. I'm aware enough to realize that no matter what you do, your actions don't actually help. So, as depressing as that sounds, you know, it's not something you realize unless you play out the scenarios in your head. You can alleviate people's suffering for a little while, but if you don't tackle the root causes, then, you know, things repeat themselves. What am I even talking about? I'm not even talking about anything. Look at that. I'm just speaking out of my ass again. Ugh. What a disappointment. I don't mean to be, like, depressing, guys. I'm not actually talking about anything, so you guys don't have to worry. My whole point is that there are people who aren't able to critically think. And that's fine. People can exist, whatever. But it's like, you gotta be open, at least for me, it's like you gotta be open to, like, whatever else, you know, the thoughts of people again, or whatever, right? So, if you're not capable of doing something, then you have to rely on other people doing it for you. So, and that applies with everything, but in my case, it applies with intelligence. Of course, with intelligence, I want to have somebody to speak about these things with. I want to be able to look at something, analyze it, and then tell somebody else, like my partner, and then have her tell me back her opinion, and then we can discuss it. It's like, that's what I want. It's not like a painstaking task if it's something you're open to or whatever. So I don't know. I don't know though. It's like, could it be for these people who aren't able to form like complete thoughts in their head? Is it difficult to be able to have an in-depth conversation with somebody, or is it painful to have an intellectual conversation with somebody? I don't know. I don't know anybody who's like that. So maybe I do. I haven't thought to ask. I think it's just a matter of people just don't want to think about this stuff. So it's just whatever. I can't change that. So, you know, people were saying like, oh, you should get with a partner who like challenges you intellectually. That's like, I'd love that. But most people, especially most girls who are like intelligent and who would be capable of challenging me intellectually, they all want careers. They're all like career driven. And it's like, I'm somebody who like, sometimes I'll have like a good thought process, but then other times I'm speaking out of my ass. So, you know, there's no consistency there. So it's difficult. I'm what you would call like a pseudo-intellectual. So, and people don't like pseudo-intellectuals. So I try not to be like arrogant about it, because honestly, it's like I understand the flaws in it and everything, but I don't know. I sound smart to dumb people. That's essentially what, and I sound full of myself to smart people. That's essentially that encompasses me. So I don't, which that in itself is a bad thing, but like I try to have like some analysis. That's why I try to have some like proper analyses here and there. That's why I'm more of a person who will like ask questions and then who will debate with somebody wanting to be beaten. I want to debate with somebody and have them change my mind, because it's going to spur me on to try to be more intellectual in like a real way. But anyway, you know, so that's what it is. But yeah, I think most intelligent girls want somebody who's intelligent as a default. And they also don't want somebody who's like argumentative, which I guess I am. So I haven't been told that, but it's kind of what I analyze. But yeah, so it's like and plus they're all career driven, and they want me to be career driven. They're not going to accept, even if I'm like Albert Einstein genius level, and they like that, they're not going to be okay with me being like unemployed. They're not going to be okay with me like playing video games all the time. So yeah, I'm gonna have to constantly keep up this. Intelligence becomes a lifestyle at that point, and I don't want to have to be pressured to live this lifestyle. The only reason I like, I guess, being intelligent or like critically thinking or whatever, is because I can do it when I want. I can do it when I want, and I can turn off my brain all the other times. Or I can have you talk at me with something, and I don't, I don't have to, I don't have to think about it. I don't have to like come up with, like with points of inquiry or anything like that. I can counter argue. I'm really good at playing devil's advocate. So I'm really good at playing devil's advocate. So it's people would get annoyed at me for it. So. Which makes me not do it anymore. So whatever. But I'm just complaining at this point. But yeah, no, it's like people say like, oh, I should get with somebody who's like intelligent and who will stimulate me intellectually. But the thing is, as much as that would be fun, that kind of relationship isn't going to last for me. What I want in a relationship partner is completely different than what I want than what an intelligent person is going to give me. Like somebody who values intelligence is going to give me. I'm sure there's a girl that exists out there who's both, who's like everything that I want in a romantic partner, but she's also intelligent, and I can have debates with her and stuff. I'm sure there's a girl out there who has both, but more often than not, it's either one or the other. It's either my relationship preferences or she's intelligent. It's very rare that there's a girl out there who's both. And I think my relationship preferences actually kind of contradict being intelligent, to be honest. So, that sounds really bad. That makes it sound like I'm only going for dumb girls. I'm not only going for dumb girls, guys. I don't want you guys to think that. I'm going for a girl who fits my relationship preferences, and I think that I'm being way too judgmental at this point. In general, this doesn't apply to everybody. This doesn't even apply to like more than 50%. A girl who fits my relationship preferences is probably is not going to be somebody who's more intelligent than I am. They might be of the same intelligence level or slightly below. And that's about it. Because my relationship preferences have nothing to do with intelligence. But I think it takes somebody who's not like super smart to do that. And the thing is, it's like I don't care. Like, I don't care about somebody's intellect when I'm looking for a relationship partner. I don't care if you're dumb as a bag of bricks, right? You can freaking... It's totally fine. I don't really care all that much. It'd be a nice plus if you weren't, but it doesn't... Like, I'm prioritizing things. You prioritize things, right? It's like it's like a job application. You have the actual requirements, and then you have the preferred stats. And so the requirements are like, for like a job application, it's like, okay, you gotta have your high school diploma, and you gotta have your degree, and I don't know, something else. I mean, you have to be able-bodied and social, whatever, they'll put that on there. And then preferred would be like, oh, you have so many years in customer service, and you have 2 degrees and whatever, right? It's preferred, but not required. I have the same thing. It's for my partners, it's like the same thing. It's like I have the required section, and then I have like the preferred section. And so the required section, every girl I date has fulfilled those requirements, and then it's like 100%, and then unless I break up with them, then they haven't fulfilled those requirements. But then not like I've dated that much. But then I also have the preferred section, which is like, okay, you don't have to have these, but it'd be a nice bonus, right? But I'm not even gonna think about it if you don't have these, right? It's just like, if you had them, then I would notice. But if you don't have them, I'm not gonna notice, you know, if that makes sense for you guys. Because that's what it is. You don't notice something unless it's there. Right. With these kind of things. So. With everything else that's not true. But with these kind of preferred things, it's like, okay, you fulfilled the requirements, the actual stuff I wanted, and you're like a cool person to be around, which is one of the requirements. So like, I don't care, right? It's like, I'm not even thinking about like how smart or dumb you are or anything like that, right? So and you can't even put relationships as like a list of features that you get from it either. It's just about how well you vibe with the person. Even if somebody doesn't fulfill all the requirements, if they're a good fit, they're a good fit, right? You know, it's like a job too. Or it's not even like a job at that point. It's you just like, you love a person, right? You're able to bond with them and connect with them. It doesn't matter how smart or dumb they are. If it was a requirement that, oh, I only date smart girls, then I wouldn't be able to connect with girls who aren't smart. But the thing is, I know that I'm able to connect with girls who aren't smart. Which means that's not a requirement. Which means that I'm still going to love them, and I'm still going to love my life with them. And I'm probably not ever going to feel the lack of intelligence. So, that's what it is. Maybe I'll feel every once in a while. But it's not like, it doesn't matter. It's not like I'm losing anything from it. But yeah, no, the whole point of this was that I don't like, it'd be nice, but what I would lose by getting with your typical intelligent girl is way too much for it to be worth it. So, I have to consider that. And people are all like, "Oh, you should just go with the smart girl to challenge you intellectually or whatever if you care that much." It's like, I would rather have a romantic partner than have a girl that I can argue with. Like, that's like the two different things. At this point, there are two different things, and I'm choosing one over the other. Obviously, I'm choosing the romantic partner over being able to argue. If I grow up and if I get older and I really need somebody to debate with, then I can find that elsewhere, right? I could probably find a guy to do it with. It'd probably be easier to find a guy to do it with. So, it's not like it matters. Oh, God. I really need something to eat. I've been pretty hungry. Then, okay. But yeah, no, it's like, I could just find somebody to... I'd rather have the romantic partner. Like, if I have to choose, I'd rather have the romantic partner. I love that romantic partner to death because that's what I want. My identity, back to the identity thing, my identity is not, I want somebody intelligent. My identity is, I want somebody who is loving towards me and shares my same views on like life and all that sort of stuff, right? Wants to be with me 24/7, that sort of thing. Is willing to play video games with me, watch things with me or whatever, right? So, I don't know why that opinion is so I don't know why that opinion is so controversial and why other people don't want that. I mean, other people don't want that, it's fine, but I don't understand why like intelligent people don't want that. I'm sure someone exists out there who does, who's intelligent and who wants all those things. I'm not gonna wait around for that. I might not even like it if I find that. So, like, if it's there, that's fine. If it's not, that's also fine, right? I don't care either way because that's not what I'm prioritizing. My identity is the romantic side of it. I just want someone to love me, be with me all the time. I can spend my life with, and we can be weird with each other. That's way more important to me. I'd rather be weird than intelligent. So I'll keep my intelligence, but I'd rather be weird. Or I'd rather the two of us be weird to each other, and then I can just be intelligent off on my own. Or she can be appreciative of my intelligence. It's totally fine. It's totally fine. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. We don't live in a world where, like, you can customize your own human beings. So, even if we did, it's not really a guarantee either. So, it's whatever. I don't care. I talk about things, you guys know this already, but I talk about things that I don't actually care about. But the reason why I talk about them is because I've actually put thought into it. But just because I put thought into it doesn't mean that I care about it. Because for me, thinking is cheap. It's so cheap. I've done 27 years of it. It's so cheap. Because you can think about anything and then forget about it tomorrow. So, you don't need... It's not like something needs to be important for me to think about it. And it's not like I need to care about something to think about it. So. Again, I don't care. If I fall in love with a dumb girl, fantastic. Because the very fact that I fell in love means that she's the perfect person for me. So. That's yeah. That's what I want to say. That is what I wanted to say. God, I'm hungry. Ugh. I'm only gonna stream for like another 45 minutes or so, I guess. I want to start this game. I actually want to play the game. So, or kinda. I don't know. I could just sit here and rant about something else. So, what am I missing? Are my glasses on? Headphones are a controller. That's right. Okay. I'm sitting here thinking like, okay, I want to play the game, and then I can't figure out. But then it feels like, okay, I can't play the game right now. What am I missing? And so I'm missing the controller. The controller's out of my hands. Are my glasses like? I feel like I gotta wipe these off. Oh my god. My eyes. My eyes. What's today? Friday? Oh, if you're so intelligent, why don't you have a job? Yeah, I'm gonna be a philosophy professor, actually. So, give me 1 second, guys. Plus, I don't live my life in an intelligent way anyway, so... There's more than just, like, my romantic preferences that aren't compatible with an intelligent person, so... Whatever. I don't care. I'm what you'd call an underachiever. There's like a million of me out there, so... It's whatever. Not like I'm a genius either. I can't look at like stock market trends and like figure out patterns or whatever. I mean, I probably I'm not the kind of person who'd get interested in that. Okay, so this game... I am really hungry, actually. Protein bar. Oh yeah, I went to the grocery store. They're like having a... they're closing it, so like everything was 50% off. It's great. So I got like $400 worth of groceries, but it ended up being $200. And my food stamps covered all of it. It's awesome. So $200, that was like this month's worth of food stamps. But the thing is, I got so much food. I have 70 protein bars. 70 of them. Oh my god. And these protein bars are like meal substitutes. So if I was some like person who was trying to lose weight, I would just eat 3 protein bars a day, and then that's it. It's healthy. I still get my nutrients, my protein, and you know, I lose weight because of it. Obviously, I'm not trying to lose weight, but 70 protein bars. I also got a big old jug of protein powder, multivitamins, protein shakes. Got a bunch of frozen food. A bunch of little nuggets too, with like nuts and dried cranberries and stuff. I got a whole bunch of stuff. It's great. I got chips. I'm craving chips, so I ate a whole can of Pringles in a day. Just oh god, it's one of the big cans too. Such a slob. I feel my gut like jutting out too, so the big yeah, protein bar. Ugh. I have all these boxes of protein bars stacked on top of each other. So if I want like a specific flavor, I have to take apart the whole stack. I have to unstack all of them until I get to the box. Like I wanted strawberry. That's all the way at the bottom of the stack. So I had to move like 6 6 protein bar boxes of different flavors off of it in order to get to the strawberry box. So I should put out just like a variety of them, like 2 of each. Like, it's easy to access, but too lazy for that. 120. Alright. That's when I started my fast. Or my eating cycle, I guess. Here we go. These protein bars, they taste really artificial. Like the first time you have them. But then as you eat more and more, you just get used to the flavor. Or you get used to the texture, I guess. They're really chewy, though. All the protein bars that I've gotten are really chewy. So. They're like if you don't have good teeth, then they're really difficult. It's like chewing gum. It's like chewing gum, they're that chewy. It's terrible. My stomach stopped growling at me because it knows I'm eating, but I'm not going to give it that much because one protein bar is like 200 calories. It's like nothing. That's what, like 10% of my daily intake? It's basically just a snack. I gotta start losing weight. My BMI is like 18. Wait, no. It's like 19. Yeah, my BMI is like 19.7 or something like that. 18 is where you start being underweight. So I have a little bit of room there, so. I have a gut. It's pretty bad. All my body fat is like centered in my gut. Oh. But I need to be doing sit-ups. My knee still hurts. So I can't do lunges or squats or things like that. It's weird. I haven't really been working out anyway, so that doesn't matter. Anyway, I want to start this game. We're not going to get very far. Probably only play like 1 level before I end stream. But yeah. This is a Plague Tale Innocence, so it's like a third-person game or something. I don't know. It's very heavily story-based, so yeah, if you guys missed some of the story, then let me say you guys can go back and rewatch it, whatever. I don't care. Alright, or, you know, it doesn't matter. I keep saying I don't care when I really mean to say it doesn't matter. Because saying I don't care makes it sound like I don't care. Or it makes it sound like, you know, I don't care what you guys do, blah, 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 right? What I really meant to say is it doesn't matter. Like, you could do it one way or you could do it another way, and there's no real consequence for regarding which choice you make. In life, in real life, right? Oh. I hope the audio isn't like too loud for you guys. We're doing headphones. When it said choose a slot, I thought that was gonna start the game. We're going 85% on those. There we go. Yeah, whatever. Normally I go immersive on the HUD, but I need to get used to like the information that's there before I do that. Okay. Language, English. Nah, display subtitles. Okay, cool. Controls. Okay. A little weird, but whatever. Oh. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Alright, guys. Plague Tale Innocence. Here we go. I actually don't know what the story behind this is, so I'm actually really interested. So. Oh. Headphones. I kind of want immersive. It's always possible to modify these options in the settings. Okay. Oh my god. Those rats ate that guy's legs. Oh, that's gross. That's gross. Part 1. The Darun Legacy.
You are dawdling, Amicia. How will you be able to follow the lords at hunt?
Is that your only ambition for me? To follow? I will beat them, and I will watch them eat my dust as I forge ahead. But for that, I shall need a good horse.
You've been going on about this walk for ages. Why here?
The tree.
Which tree?
The apple tree, Father. I want to take the Knight's challenge once more.
The Knight's challenge? But you're not 10 years old anymore, you know.
Oh, please, Father. I've trained hard for this.
All right, let's go.
Pet the dog. Pet the dog. Bop, bop, bop. Girl. Oh, please, Father. I am an English British man.
Leon, the Guian beast is in a hurry to fight it out.
Your beast thinks with its stomach, as usual.
Well, there's something you both have in common.
That's harsh.
Go on, boy. You'll find the prey. I believe in you.
Don't get your hopes up. Let's keep going.
If the dog's hunting for prey, why would he bark? Why wouldn't he be more stealth?
Your mother's ribbon is still here. This is where I courted her, you know.
Yes, Father, I know. If only she could come with us.
We all have obligations, Amicia. You know, in a family. Hey, I'm trying to tell her something.
Such authority, Knight Darun.
Go! And bring something back for once. Right. As I was saying, we all have obligations. I have to manage these lands. Your mother has to take care of your brother, and you...
And I hardly ever see you. I see Mother even less.
Listen. We're here for you now. So, follow me, daughter.
Hey, wait!
I hope you have your sling.
Of course.
Come on, then. Do you dare to enter the Trials Gate?
Amicia de Rune fears nothing.
This apple tree was planted when you were born. It will prove your worth.
Sir Knight, what are the terms of the test?
The sacred apples of the sacred apple tree have been corrupted by a great evil. If you destroy 6 of these rotten apples by the time I count to 10, I will make you a knight.
I accept your challenge.
I can see some stones near the trunk over there. Go and get them and tell me when you're ready.
Ready? I'll show you I'm not a child anymore.
All right, come back. Stand behind this trunk. You'll shoot from here.
It shall be done.
So, here we go.
Wow, I'm such a failure. Okay.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Come on, Amicia. 6, 7, 8,
And this is how Amicia becomes a true knight.
9, and 10. Well, well. I must say I'm impressed. But your sling is frightfully noisy.
It was a present. From you.
Oh, yes. I'd quite forgotten. Goodness, what's up with him?
He must have smelled a rabbit. Come on, quickly.
You go ahead. I'll catch up with you. Much faster than I am.
Am I? Can I sprint? No. Oh, hold R2, sprint. Okay.
Leo! Wait for me!
Dude, her freaking dad has like an American accent, but she has like this heavy French accent.
Leo! A hunting dog is not supposed to lose its hunter. Leo! Where did he go?
Where did he go?
There you are. What did you smell? Oh gosh, a wild boar. What a good dog.
Alicia, did you find something?
Shh. Come and see. A wild boar.
Some game. This will do nicely for a little feast.
I could use my sling.
Well, that might work. But you'll need to get closer. This grass will keep you hidden if you stay low.
Oh my god, it's just like Horizon Zero
It's
Dawn.
drinking. Time to make my move.
It's drinking. Time to end its life.
Oh no, it saw me.
Find a way to
Gosh.
sneak up. You have to hit the head.
Its head. I have to aim for its head.
Careful. You have to aim for the head.
I'm doing my best. I want that feast.
I know. You can do it, my darling.
Where'd it go?
There you are.
Okay.
Use the high grass. Stay low. What? Does hunger always make you this accurate?
Huh.
But the feast isn't on your plate quite yet.
No, no, no! Go, Leon! Don't lose the scent! I promise you, tonight we shall dine like kings!
I have no doubt we will.
Don't give up, Leon! I'm coming, Leon! Keep him there and you'll get a piece for yourself! Oh no, I'll sink in there.
Fine.
The boar. It's bleeding.
Yeah, tastes like it's bleeding.
He stopped barking. He must have found it. These britches were almost new. Someone's not going to be happy.
Wow, what a Tom girl this one is.
The trees. What did that? Leo, come here! It's the boar.
What the heck?
But how? Leo
Oh.
couldn't have done that.
I don't know if that's the same boar, to be honest.
Leo, come here! Leo! Leo! I'm here! I'm coming!
What the heck?
My dog. Who did this?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
What devilry is this? We must go. Immediately.
What the hell? Jeez.
I shall organize a hunt. Go and find your mother. Tell her I must speak with her. She's probably...
Looking after Hugo. Yes, of course.
Amicia. He was a good dog. Where are the British?
Jesus.
I haven't been able to make them yet. Did you hear about the English troops arriving?
Oh, I guess this is set in France then? England and France have been at war for quite a while.
By the way,
They're growing
any
pigs.
news about the town? Everyone is on edge. Some were bitten during the night.
Oh,
Sounds like
Lady
the English
Amicia,
to me.
did you have a good walk?
Why would the
Later,
English
Flo.
go and bite
Tell the others that the forest
know.
is out of bounds until further notice.
Yes, I'll tell them.
Wait, where's the mom? +2 rock. Nice.
Oh, Lady Amicia, you're back.
Theo, there's an emergency. Get the others and go and see my father as soon as you can, all right?
All right. By the way, I've set up some targets for your sling behind the stables.
Oh, thank you.
Behind the stables, I want to practice the sling. Can I climb the ladder? Hey, I can. Yay.
There you are. I've been looking everywhere for you.
Whistle. What do you mean, there you are? This place looks nice to live in.
Good day, Lady Amicia.
Peacock. Peacock. Oh, she won't be in with the pigs.
Alia oratio sancti Sebastiani, keep us from evil. May you forever grant us health and keep plague from our door.
Keep plague from our door. This guy's whole purpose is just to pray.
Take care of Leon, please. He deserves his place at your side, even if he was a bit naughty sometimes. Goodbye, my darling dog.
Don't worry, Jesus will take care of him.
I hope Mother's not too busy.
This sunshine won't last long. The rain has already ruined the harvest. People are dying of hunger. We're lucky to be in this house. Mark my words. You're right about that.
Aren't people dying of the plague?
Ah, Gabrielle. Is Mother upstairs?
Yes, she spent the night there. The little one had another one of his attacks.
She won't be in a good mood.
Attacks? Was the kid autistic? He has, like, attacks? These houses are not properly insulated. Must get super hot during the summers. Terrible.
Did you hear what happened at the village?
People being bitten. Kids too, can you imagine?
Each time it happens at night?
Famine, war on our doorstep, and now vampires?
Oh, we must have sinned something rotten to be punished so. Oh, Lady Amicia, hello. I didn't see you there.
Yes, hello, milady.
Like how they had the whole conversation while I was there, and then the instant I walk away.
The smell of your cooking warms the heart.
Oh, it's nothing much, but I think you'll like it.
I'm sure I will.
Lady Amicia.
Cinnamon. I'd almost forgotten what it smells like. They were right to hide it. Father would put it in every dish.
Ah, I can do the cinnamon challenge. Oh, oops. I can't sprint in the house. Ah, I hate games that do that. I run in my own house. Well, not that often, but, you know.
Yes, Lady Beatrice, leave it to me.
Louise, have you been to see Mother?
Indeed, do you want to see her?
No, not right
It's
now.
important. Father's orders.
Oh, in that case, I have to finish your room. By the way, I've left a little something for you on your bed. Come and see if you like.
Thank you.
I will come and see.
Oh, Leon. What am I going to do here without you?
No.
It's the placemat that Mother made for me when I was a little girl. I've been looking for it everywhere. Thank you, Louise.
You're welcome, sweetness. Look after it now.
Yeah, you got a tablecloth. Wow, what an honor. Okay. Time to see Mother.
Mother?
You know you're not supposed to be here.
I know, but something attacked Leon in the forest.
My dear, I really wish I had the time to listen to your adventures, but...
But it's true. Leon was lying there on the ground, and then he was...
Shh! You are to stay here with your brother.
What? Why? What's
Close
happening?
the door behind me and do not open the shutters, whatever happens.
But... Hugo...
He is not contagious. I realize you hardly know him, but he will be all right. Trust me, Amicia.
Yes, Mother.
Ooh, can already see the dysfunction in this family. Can I open the shutters?
All these potions. Mother, will you ever be able to cure him?
Probably not. Probably not. You can't cure autism, to be honest.
Mommy, are you there?
Oh
How
god.
long has he been here? 4 years?
Come
5?
and see.
Where is he? Hugo? It's locked.
Yeah, you are on the side of the lock. Just unlock it. She doesn't even use the door handle. She's, I go up to a closed door and it's, but why won't it open?
It's me. Your sister? Amicia?
Hello.
We haven't seen each other much. Mummy will be back soon.
Move! Come on!
Did he talk?
No, Lord Nicholas. He killed 2 of our men.
Where is he? I won't ask again. Where is your son?
In good hands.
Search the house.
Oh god, they just killed her dad.
Is that Mommy?
Hugo, come here.
What's happening?
Shh.
I know you're here,
Oh
kid.
my god.
I don't have time to play games. Where have they been?
Stay down.
Hugo, it's me, Gabrielle. Come here, quickly.
Hey, you! What the hell are you doing?
Let's go.
Where's the kid, huh?
Leave him alone.
Shut your mouth. He belongs to the Inquisition.
Leo.
I didn't know anything.
There you go.
Oh my
That'll
god.
teach you.
What the fuck?
I'm begging you. Hugo's not here.
And you, stay here.
Come on.
Very clear. Tell me, where is Hugo the Rune?
Oh my god. Okay.
Amicia, what's going on?
Mother. I have to find Mother. She'll know. Oh my god. Louise.
You think it's funny making me run like that?
Amicia. Please.
Oh my god.
We need to move. Don't look.
Serve a higher power.
Holy shit.
No.
No, Amicia.
We have to keep going.
Don't make me hurt you again.
I have no idea. I only do the laundry. This is your last chance. Tell us what you know about your mistress's research. Even if I knew, I wouldn't say anything. Lady Beatrice is a good soul.
Right, there are still rooms to be searched. Well. Where do you think you're going?
It's a really light hit.
children.
Good, she offered her hand too.
What is happening?
We will be all right. Do you hear me? Come on.
Oh my god.
Hugo, take your sister's hand. I'll go first, and you just have to follow me, all right?
Oh, okay.
We have to cross the gardens. Amicia, hold your brother's hand and follow me in silence.
He will panic.
Yes. Yes.
Guards, watch the exits.
They are everywhere.
Trust me. Through the grass, they won't be able to see us.
Wait.
Mommy.
Shh.
The mom's gonna die too, isn't she?
Who is it?
The gardener. Knows the family well. Says he watched the kids grow up.
Yes. The little one loves flowers. I used to take him some.
Flowers? You can do better than that. Take him.
It worked.
Shh. You know.
I've worked here all my life. They're like family to me. You'll get nothing out of me. Go to hell.
Oh yeah? You first. Listen, have a little think, and I'll come back later. And you, don't die without talking to me first.
Bastards. Cowards.
Oh,
We have to get through. Amicia,
you're breaking
help him. I'll carry you. All right. All right.
Given us his son.
Go on.
Avoided all this.
Slowly.
Yes.
Be careful getting down.
Yes.
Even though we got a noble cause.
It's just
Go
a
on.
boy and a bunch of
Tell
peasants.
us
How long
everything.
can it take?
Look out.
They'll see us.
We have to get further away. If I can hit the helmets in the crates over there,
Your sling will give us away.
I can throw it instead.
What was that noise?
Right, let's go.
I like how they're having full dialogues with each other while they're sneaking about.
My head.
Breathe, Hugo, like I showed you.
What's wrong with him?
His illness has awoken. We need to go faster.
So, the boy?
He's hiding, but Lord Nicholas is
Nothing.
tracking him down.
He's the I need to calm down.
Right hand.
The guard has never had a better captain.
Good. At least he got the father.
And soon he'll get the son.
Mother, why? What do they want from him?
I'll explain later. We have to get out of here first.
Okay. That's why the mother's staying back there, is because...
I heard.
Let's go.
Be right back.
Come back alive. We need you here.
Come back alive. You're going like 2 feet to check out some pans.
We can't go.
Mother,
Maybe by throwing one of these pots,
really?
the noise will attract him. We'll slip past behind his back.
All right.
What was that noise?
Ah, shit.
Hey, stop! You're going nowhere.
No, don't kill me. No. Oh my god.
We can't go.
Mother,
Maybe by throwing one of these pots,
really?
the noise will attract him. We'll slip past behind his back.
All right.
What's all the noise?
Come on.
No, it started raining at that very
Stay
instant.
calm. Hold my hand tight.
Nothing to
It's locked from the other side.
Mother, the hole in the wall.
Yes, Hugo, I'm sorry. I know you're scared, but if you get through there, you can open the
the only one who can do it.
What's behind there?
Just concentrate on the door. You're a brave boy. You prove it to me every day. Amicia is going to let go of your hand. Then you can quickly go through, all right?
All right.
Be strong.
I should have been an executioner. Always plenty of work and you're in the war.
Well done.
There are people.
Hold my hand. Come on.
Mercy! Mercy!
Wait.
Screaming for mercy won't make you run faster, my lad.
Come on.
Oh, it's over there. Okay. I can only go past some of them.
Follow me.
What the hell? What about the kid?
Stay here. You can come here.
I'm coming.
What?
Wait, I'm coming.
Amicia, you
Okay,
have to
good.
help him next time.
Sorry.
No,
I...
my head.
What is wrong with him?
An attack. Listen to my voice, Hugo. You know how this goes.
My eyes. My head.
Listen to me. Breathe. Think of the cloud that you breathe in and blow out. In, out. Like that, slowly.
Mother, we can't stay here.
Give him a little time. Are you all right, Hugo?
I think so.
So, let's continue. Courage, my darling.
It's okay, Hugo.
Straight away.
Oh my god. Okay, so I have to help this kid with autism, basically.
There you go.
Thank you.
Actually, I'm really liking this game so far.
We can go now.
It's too risky with Hugo. He's slower than us.
There are bots over there. I could cross, make a diversion.
Alone?
Yes, you'd have more time.
What? I already have a...
I can let you know when it's alright.
Be very careful.
I already have a pot.
I'm not crazy. I heard something.
Yes.
Well done. This
Well done. I already had the pot in my inventory.
The garden gate. We should be able to get out of here.
There's one guard left.
The scarecrow. I used to practice firing at it.
But he will come this way.
Yes, but we can wait until he goes away again.
Alright. Leave this to me.
That noise. I think it came from over there.
That's noise. I think it came from over there.
Go away. Get out of here.
Now.
You're alive. This way. This way. Follow me.
My darling. Go and hide quickly now.
Jeez, that scared me.
Madame, they are
Amicia,
here.
you have to take your brother to Laurentius.
The doctor?
Yes, he helped me treat Hugo. He will look after you.
And
Why don't,
what about you?
why don't you
You
come?
need me, Amicia. You are.
But I do need you. I need you.
Hurry now.
Follow the river. It will lead you to Laurentius. Mother, no!
Why is she sacrificing herself? Oh my god.
Hugo, follow me. Now.
She's...
What's happening? Where's Mommy?
She'll catch up with us. Run as fast as you can.
Oh my god.
The ground is shaking. Amicia, the ground is shaking.
Don't stop. They're right behind us. Straight on. Harry, straight on.
But where are we going? Mommy won't be able to find us.
Just keep running.
Amicia, we have to go back and look for Mommy.
We can't. We can't let them catch us.
What the fuck's going on? Send the boy!
I need help!
What is going on?
I don't know. I don't know.
There's something in the ground, Amicia. Are we going to die?
No. We have to lose them.
Oh my god. What the hell? How did he get up to me? Fine, let's have the checkpoint. Why'd the mom have to die? God damn it.
What's happening? Where's Mommy?
She'll catch up with us. Run as fast as you can.
Be careful, goddammit!
The ground is shaking. Amicia, the
Where-
ground is shaking.
Where are they aiming?
Don't stop. They're right behind us.
What's that shaking?
Straight on. Harry, straight on.
But where are we going? Mommy won't be able to find us.
Just keep running.
Amicia, we have to go back and look for Mommy.
We can't. We can't let them catch us.
What the fuck's going on? Send the boy!
What the fuck's going on?
Where should we go? I don't know. I don't know.
There's something in the ground, Amicia.
Get out of the
Are
way!
we going to die?
No. We have to lose them. Oh no. They're everywhere.
What do we do?
Jump in the river!
Take a deep breath. Jump.
There we go. The strangers. I know you barely know your brother, but here he's your responsibility now.
The village must be further on. Someone there should be able to help us find Laurentius. Hugo. Hugo.
Mommy won't be happy when she finds out I fell in the water.
Keep lying to the kid.
Well, let's not mention it when we see her, all right? Come on. First, we have to get dry.
Good. A freaking, like, 6-year-old kid can't handle the death of his mom. Especially someone who's, like, that codependent. That'd be terrible. That would be terrible to hear. Oh, what am I doing? Okay. Main menu. Yep. There we go. Alright, guys. Ah. Okay, so there are collectibles in every chapter then. Oh my god. Christ. Cool. Well. Fun game. Fun game. We'll play a lot more tomorrow. We'll play a lot more of this tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll do a full stream. And I won't talk as much in the beginnings. That big old mission took just about an hour or so. It's a good game so far. I like it. I like the plot. Who's this Hugo kid? His weaponized autism is causing earthquakes and stuff. What was that stuff coming out of the ground? And why do these Inquisition people want him? Oh boy, oh boy. Why'd the mom have to die? That's the thing I don't get. Is why did the mom have to die? I mean, there was another dude there. So she didn't have to freaking die. I mean, I'm sure the other dude could have died there, and then she could have run with the Amelia and stuff. Amicia, whatever her name was. Amicia is a good name too. Amelia, that's a good name. I'd name my daughter Amelia. Yeah. Now, oh, so I guess the whole plot of the game is the freaking, what's her face? Amelia has to protect her little brother that she doesn't know personally, and she also doesn't know anything about him. Or about, like, his superpowers or whatever. So, yeah. But hey guys, that's gonna do it for me. I'm gonna get off stream. Yeah. I talked a lot, so... Big talking stream. Yeah. Anyway, I got all my college work done last night, so... Pretty happy about that. I only got, like, 4 hours of sleep because of it, but... I got all my work done. So that's good. So... I don't have to worry this weekend. Been looking into I'm gonna start talking again. I've been looking into how to leave the country, get to a European country or whatever, just mainly for the healthcare. And it's gonna be kind of tough. The thing is, I can leave the country if I work like a full-time job in the new country for X amount of years. So I might have to do that. But yeah, I don't know. I'm doing any research on it. But yeah. Anyway, guys, I don't know. I don't even know why I mentioned that. Should edit that out of the video. But yeah. Anyway, guys, that's gonna do it for me. Hope you all enjoyed the stream. Yeah. Hope you all enjoyed. It's a fun game. We'll play a lot of it tomorrow. We should probably finish it this week. So that'll be good. But yeah. I'm gonna get off. Do my stuff. Or I'm just gonna relax for the rest of the day. I guess I'm super tired. I'm like falling asleep. So I'm like really tired. Like my eyes are heavy and stuff, but I just woke up. I need to get some food in me, to be honest. I'll get some food in me, maybe I'll take a nap. If I take a nap now, it's gonna screw up my whole sleep schedule, so I don't know. I could just drink a little coffee, I suppose. I got from the grocery store, I got this cold brew concentrate. It's like you add some of this stuff and you add water, and it'll give you like iced coffee. It's really good. It actually tastes pretty decent. But or did it? No, I didn't try it. That's right. I had the canned version of it. That's right. Anyway, so you can mix it with water and it'll be black coffee. You can also mix it with milk and it'll be like a latte. So that's what I wanted to do, because I like the flavor of like creamy coffee. But obviously I can't drink regular milk, so I need the lactose-free milk. We only have regular milk in the fridge, so it's terrible. So I needed to go to the grocery store for lactose-free milk. I haven't gone though, so I've been really lazy this week. But yeah, so I don't know, I'll probably just mix it with water, to be honest. But yeah, anyway guys, that's gonna do it for me. Why did I... Oh yeah, so a full-time job that I can get that other countries want would be IT work, computer work, basically. So, IT stands for, like, information technology. So it's computer work. So, I was thinking about changing my degree in college to an IT major. Just so that, you know, I can do that, and then I can actually, you know, like, 2 years from now, I'll have my IT degree. And then I'll be able to use that to get a job. So, but it's going to be a full-time job, and it's going to be like, you know, I'm spending all my life away from. Whatever, but I don't want to work full-time. If I could get it where, like, I do it and I work from home, that'd be nice. But anyway, as far as immigrating goes, I'd have to get a job in the country, and then I'd have to use that to immigrate there on a work visa, and then I'd have to stay there and keep working for 5 years. And then I can gain citizenship, like permanent citizenship. 5 years is a long time to be working full time. I mean, I'm thinking like I won't be able to finish it until I'm turned like 40 years old. My God. And then by that point, it's like half my life's over. But the nice thing is, like, once I do that, I'm pretty much set. And I'm in some northern, peaceful European country with good social conditions and good safety net. Free healthcare, almost free dental care, cheap housing. I mean, I'm gonna still run my little farm and everything, but and especially with the money that I'd have from that, I'd do it. But I mean, I'm looking like 13 years into the future. Like, it's such a long time, but things, I don't want to raise a family in America. America is just, there's nothing here for, if you're like a go-getter business entrepreneur, gonna do the grind and make a whole bunch of money, America's perfect, and this place has the most opportunity for that. If you're not doing that though, then you're gonna live poorly. And the thing is, this country has all types. Some people take the opportunity and they run with it, and they get rich in America. Most people don't. So most people, you know, just want some basic, they want to be able to work a steady job and have their life secured. America doesn't do that. America is based off the value of your work, and most work isn't valued. So you don't get it. Plus, there's a lack of free healthcare here. So, you know, I talked to you guys about EpiPens. One EpiPen is $600 here right now. It's insane. And there's other stuff too. You look at the retail prices of like specific medication, it's in like the thousands of dollars per month. There's somebody who, I was reading a story about how somebody has to pay, they have like, there's a life-saving medication that they need to take every day. It's like $100 per pill. So every day it costs them $100 to take the pill and save and so they can keep living. $100 every day. I don't care who you are, you're not making $100 a day for every single day, including the weekends. including the holidays and Christmas and all that, you're not making that much money. So what are you supposed to do? You're supposed to just die. Oh, you can't afford your pills, so you're just gonna die. Anyway, there's programs that you can do to try to escape that, but it's not. The prices here are just insane. So I mean, there's so much I could say about that, but anyway, gotta move to Europe. It's like kind of the end goal here. I know that Europe is going to be engulfed in war in like within the next 20 years, but hopefully I can move north enough in Europe to where like where it doesn't affect me. So in America, there's two benefits to being American. You have the opportunity to get rich if you really work at it and if you're really intuitive and stuff. Then you have the opportunity to get rich. Most people aren't able to take advantage of that opportunity, but it is there. And the second benefit is that we're pretty much immune to war here. America is like the most militaristically strong country in the world. So no other country would even dream of going to war with us. Like if North Korea launches their missiles towards us, America will just retaliate and drop a few bombs on them and wipe out the entire country. So at least we have that going. Although with, how things are going right now, I don't think like the Biden administration would never do that. But that's a whole other thing. But still, it's like we're pretty, especially if you live in the Midwest, you're pretty protected. So, which is why that would be my second choice is buying land in the Midwest and just separating from society. Because at least it's like, I'm insulated from, the disasters of the rest of the world. So, but living here is starting to become like living in a second country. We have functional houses to live in. That's pretty much the only difference between an American and like someone from South America. So, but whatever, I digress. But yeah, anyway, all of that is to say that I might change my college major. So luckily most of the classes that I've been taking so far transfer over. So I'm gonna really have to work my butt off in order to make up some of the credits, but I can do it. I could even keep going to college after 2 years. Yeah, because my hope was that by summer of next year, I would have my degree. If I went on pace, but I'd have to rush for that. So I could always extend that to like, maybe winter of next year is when I'd finish my degree. Or whatever, so it's not a big deal. But yeah. We do it like that. I don't want to work computers though. Working on the computer is so boring. It's so boring. I don't like coding. I don't like coding and whatnot, so it's very rudimentary. Very monotonous. Anyway guys, I'm gonna go. I am hungry. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. All that good stuff. So I hope the game volume's not too loud. It does seem kind of loud when I go to it, but hopefully you guys have been able to hear everything that I'm saying. I haven't thought to check my stream. I never check the streams when I'm on PlayStation, so it's easier on my PC to check these streams because I have to have the stream open on my laptop. But for this, I haven't been. But for PlayStation, it all just works on the PlayStation, so I haven't really done anything. Anyway, yeah, guys, we'll play more of this game tomorrow. We'll probably get through the bulk of it tomorrow. Hopefully I don't get burnt out. Most of the trophies in the game are not missable, so I don't even have to think about them. But there's a couple that are. But they're like, you know, I gotta collect resources and stuff. So. But yeah. Yeah, anyway. So yeah, we'll finish this game by Sunday. I'll have a long stream tomorrow. And then I'll have a long stream Sunday. So. Or maybe on Sunday I'll have 2 short streams or something. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. But yeah. I want to play Elden Ring on stream. But it's not going to come out until 2 weeks. It comes out on a Thursday. So they said they do same day. I ordered it online, so and they have to do same day shipping. I don't know if I'll get it in time though. I might get it on that Saturday. Oh, that'd be gross if I got it on Saturday because it's got to install. Blah, 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 blah. Whatever. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. Maybe you will, maybe you won't. But yeah. God, I'm so tired. Holy crap. I was fine getting out of bed, but it's already getting hot here. Like, I'm sweating under the covers when I wake up in the morning. It's February. It's freaking February. It's like it's snowing in most of the northern hemisphere right now. And I'm sweating in my bed sheets. I don't understand. It's like 90 degrees here today. It's been 90 degrees. It's been like between 85 and 90 every single day this past week. It's winter. It's winter. Winter is still going on for like the next 2 months. It's so bad. I don't know if it's California or if it's global warming or whatever it is, but I was thinking I gotta buy myself a portable air conditioner soon for the summer, because normally during the summertime all the good ones sell out. But if I buy one during the winter, then it's then they're there, and sometimes they're discounted. But since it's getting so hot already, I might need one for like the next week. All the way up until, whatever, but I don't know. Anyway, guys, whatever. I'm just complaining, so you guys are used to it. You guys are used to me talking. My words. I can't imagine why you guys would even watch this stream other than to hear me speak, so that's what I'll do. That's what I'll do. I'll speak and maybe play the games. But yeah. There's more I could talk about, but is there more I could talk about? I could go more in depth in what I've already talked about. Yeah, that's what it is. But I won't for tonight. Today, I'd say tonight, but I just woke up like 4 hours ago. So 4 hours ago. But yeah, guys, I'm gonna head off. Thank you all so much for watching. Hope you all enjoyed. Be the BigPasta the gaming. I got. Yeah. Thank you all so much for watching. This has been BigPasta Gaming. Oh yeah. Thank you all so much for watching. This has been BigPasta Gaming. You guys have been little pasta watching. And I will see you all tomorrow. Bye, everybody. Santa, take care, everyone. Hope you all have a good rest of your day or night. And hope you all have a good day or night or whatever. I guess if you're in Japan, then it's technically like the morning. But yeah. Anyway. Good night. Take care, everyone. Good night. Get your sleep. And all that good stuff. Have a good day. Have a good night. I'll see you all tomorrow. Same time, same place. See ya. Bye-bye, everybody. Center. Take care, everyone. Good night. Peace. Bye-bye. Good night. Good night. Boom. 4 hours, 25 minutes. See you, everyone.